I think we'll go ahead and get started since we have a packed schedule today. And I want to try to keep on schedule as much as we possibly can. We've worked in some breaks just in case we run a little bit over, but I know people will be joining us throughout the afternoon, so we'll try to stick to the schedule that we have. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Professor Joanna Lewis, Director of the STIA program, and I've had the honor to work with this cohort of honor students this year during this, of course, very untraditional year, and we're so proud of what they've all been able to accomplish, even during this very difficult time. Many of them, as they will talk about, have had to change their projects multiple times, with various travel restrictions and changing environment, but it's really exciting to see what you've all come up with, given, everything, all the adversity that you had to overcome. So I won't say any more because I want to make sure we have time to jump right in. I want to thank all the students for all their hard work, and I want to particularly thank all the mentors, those of you who are here and those of you who will be joining throughout the afternoon, for all your support and advice that you've given our students this year. I know that everyone really appreciates it. And the only housekeeping announcements today, so each student has a 20-minute time slot, and I've asked them to use no more than 15 minutes for their presentation so that we have at least 5 minutes for question and answer. And Q&A is for their mentors and for anyone else, who'd like to jump in and ask questions. So any questions before we get started? If not, I'll ask Jessica to go ahead and launch us in. So our first presenter this afternoon is Jessica Wahl, and Jessica, I'll let you give your title and everything.
Hi, let me share. Oh, sorry. Could you enable screen sharing, please, Professor?
Yep. Here we go. See if it works now.
Can everyone see?
Yep, all set.
Okay, amazing. So yeah, thank you so much. Oh, sorry, let me start my timer so I don't run over time. But thank you so much to everyone for coming to listen to our presentations. And I'm going to start us off talking about life beyond Earth and the empirical study I did to understand scientists' understanding of ethics in astrobiology and their responsibility as scientists. But I know this is sort of a niche topic, so I wanted to start off by briefly explaining what astrobiology is. And it's essentially the study of life in the universe. So astrobiologists try to answer fundamental questions like, how does life begin? How does it evolve? Is there life elsewhere in the universe? And if so, how is it distributed? And many, many more. And the reason we're even talking about ethics and responsibility in this field specifically is because there are some potential risks associated with this research. So first of all, there's physical contamination, which is the idea that when we have interplanetary spacecraft, there's the potential to exchange materials, potentially even life, between Earth and other planets. And this could, disrupt ecosystems. It could work in the way that invasive species do between different environments on Earth. It could potentially even be pathogenic. So that's one concern. And then other people are concerned that humanity's views of religion and philosophy, our worldviews, could be impacted by a discovery of life. For example, if there are religious belief systems that do not account for there being life beyond Earth. And I should also clarify that when I talk about life in our solar system, it's with the assumption that life will be microbial and probably not like the aliens that we see in sci-fi movies. But so the research question that my study answered is, what responsibilities and ethical commitments do astrobiologists recognize and prioritize as they search for life in our solar system? And this study fills a gap in the literature because although there have been multiple workshops hosted by various organizations that have included discussions of ethics in astrobiology, and although some philosophers and some scientists have published their opinions on what would constitute ethical interaction with extraterrestrial life and environments, no one has documented researchers' opinions and perspectives more generally. And there are also no official policies and guidelines dictating what we should or shouldn't do if we do indeed discover life. So in this relatively unexplored and unregulated context, it's important to know what the practitioners directly involved in this endeavor think is the right thing to do and what they think their responsibilities are. So to answer this research question, I primarily relied on 21 interviews that I did, usually lasting a little more than an hour, with astrobiologists who came from all different disciplinary backgrounds. So microbiologists, geologists, chemists, engineers, everything in between. And to code those interviews and turn researchers' responses into more unified patterns, I primarily used the cutting and sorting approach to processing text. So I would identify important quotes and expressions and group them together, look for repetitions, analogies, and metaphors that participants commonly used, similarities and differences within interviews, but also across interviews. And then from those groups that I created, I could find themes and subthemes. And finally, I want to emphasize that this research is exploratory and descriptive. So in my results, I'll primarily be giving a summary of the most common views that researchers held. So I'm going to walk through first concerns that researchers had about related to astrobiology, then their ethical attitudes towards life and environments, and finally their sense of responsibility. So overall, researchers' concerns and perceptions of risk centered on protecting science from forward contamination that might result in false positives. And that's not unexpected because forward contamination has long been recognized by the scientific community as something we need to prevent. And that's because forward contamination is if we send, our spacecraft to another planet like Mars, for example, and we accidentally bring along bacteria or some other type of contamination, then our instruments might pick that up and think that we found Martian life when in fact it's just contamination from Earth. And there are policies and protocols in place, planetary protection, to prevent forward contamination. But what was more surprising was participants' lack of concern for backward contamination of the Earth, or surprising in my opinion. So they thought that, bringing back materials from Mars or elsewhere to Earth that might escape from a lab and create cascading effects in the environment or be pathogenic, people generally thought this would be extremely improbable, and participants barely talked about this except to explain why it was unlikely. But they were also concerned about forward contamination and the legitimacy of discovery, even beyond experimental result reliability. So participants worried that, if we had forward contamination and we claimed that we had found life and then it later turned out not to be true, or even a true positive or negative result that was just poorly communicated by the media or by other scientists, people were concerned that this would result in public backlash or mistrust that could undermine the field and their ability to do their research. And a smaller contingent of participants were concerned not with the science society relationship, with the science politics relationship, basically. So they talked about, the idea that political interference might supplant scientific aims and values. And some people would reference the coronavirus pandemic, for example, and say, oh, we see where when these scientific issues become public issues and public facing issues, we see that politicians come in and sort of push scientists to the side with less than ideal outcomes. So overall, researchers displayed relatively little concern for the potential biological or societal impacts of discovery on Earth, and they focused instead on how discovery could impact the status of science by altering scientists' relationship to the public and to politicians. In terms of their views on ethical interactions with other life and environments, most researchers advocated to protect extraterrestrial life and to disrupt ecosystems as little as possible. So, for example, if we were to detect life on another planet, many participants said we should just observe it remotely, or else maybe take samples, but be extremely careful not to disrupt that ecosystem in any way, at least at first. And some astrobiologists took this view for exclusively practical reasons. They wanted to preserve other life so that we can study it without contamination and without altering its natural state. But for other researchers, extraterrestrial life should be protected because it had intrinsic value and was just inherently deserving of respect. And interestingly, for both of these groups, whether they thought life would have intrinsic or only instrumental value, they viewed the moral unit as the species or the ecosystem or the biosphere and not as the individual. So in other words, participants rarely, if ever, took issue with the idea of sampling or killing a handful of microbes, but they were against actions that would exterminate a species or significantly alter an ecosystem or its evolutionary trajectory. And another interesting divide that emerged was that some researchers, when posed questions about, how we should interact with other life and environments, they would essentially say, well, this is not a novel or difficult or new question because we should just use whatever bioethical frameworks we have on Earth and apply them to whatever we find beyond Earth. And some people would explicitly say, well, we don't have protections, bioethical protections, at least for microbes on Earth. We tend to value things like sentience and intelligence and the ability to feel pain. So why would we protect these things beyond Earth besides scientific reasons? But another group of participants took the stance that we should avoid repeating certain historical and ongoing precedents governing human relationships to other life and environments. And they would often make a connection between forward contamination and human legacies of environmental destruction or colonization or fear of the other and of the unfamiliar, and talk about their concern on behalf of other life and the idea that they were afraid humans would destroy whatever we might discover. And within this framing, researchers emphasized two things. So first of all, unpredictability, especially in terms of environmental interactions. So the idea that we've often done things to the environment that have cascading impacts that we didn't predict, or negative impacts down the line that we later regret. People talked about climate change, but also smaller scale examples like the impacts of fracking on groundwater systems that we didn't foresee. And then they also emphasized that humans, or a subset of humans, have a very poor track record with exploration and have often done unethical and destructive exploration, to say that we need to be extremely careful going forward and sort of interrogate how we've been approaching exploration in order to avoid those same mistakes in astrobiology. So moving on to responsibility, I wanted to start by reading this quote from one participant because I think it highlights that researchers expressed commitment to advanced science, but not as much commitment for the potential impacts of discovery. So this participant said, "I don't think scientists would necessarily be responsible for negative implications of discovery. Scientists do have responsibility to get an accurate measure of the truth." And then, although I didn't include this in the quote, he went on to again talk about the need to avoid false positives and forward contamination. So participants primarily viewed their responsibility as responsibility to science, and in two main ways. So the first was more straightforward, which is that they felt a commitment to advance science, right, to do their research and to do it well, and to make sure that NASA continues doing astrobiology missions, especially extant life detection missions. And then second, going back to their concerns that we saw about the science-society relationship, scientists had a commitment to make sure that the public and policymakers continue to support astrobiology research. So for example, they would talk about doing outreach where they would give talks trying to justify their research's importance or the monetary expenses of astrobiology to the public and to policymakers. But participants also expressed a commitment to make scientific knowledge more accessible, for example, by publishing in open access journals or doing outreach, and also to make science as a field more inclusive. So trying to bring people from traditionally underrepresented demographics in science into the field. And accessibility and inclusion was the main way that participants expressed a more outward-facing responsibility to society. Often, I thought this was interesting that when participants talked about communication and outreach, which was by far the most common method that they used to actually enact any of the responsibilities that I'm talking about, they would often talk about it not in terms of trying to spread their specific research or knowledge about astrobiology, but more about trying to develop scientific literacy more generally in the public. And they often framed this in the context of what they perceived as declining trust in science, declining trust in experts, the rise of fake news and disinformation, and these types of issues that we hear about on the news. And many participants felt that they did not have responsibility for how we might interact with extraterrestrial ecosystems or for the social impacts on Earth because it was basically out of their hands. So these researchers, when asked about social or ethical issues, would essentially say that this wasn't their purview, or that if and when life was discovered, there will of course be regulations and guidelines in place and we'll just follow those. So they felt confident that someone else besides scientists whether it was another group of experts like policymakers or philosophers or even society at large, would be responsible for making these decisions. And so they didn't really have to worry about it. And they also tended to label social and ethical issues as non-scientific and therefore not their responsibility, and again, not within the domain of astrobiologists. And finally, I want to highlight that many participants talked about a lack of institutional support. So they would say, in the institutions they work within, for example, at universities where there's the well-known publish or perish paradigm, right? And so they would talk about not having enough time to do these things, even if they wanted to, or not being qualified to do them, not having the training to contemplate the bioethical implications of astrobiology, or to do outreach effectively, for example. So I'm going to talk about just a few implications of these findings. So first of all, if scientists' responsibility for the potential impacts of astrobiology research is indeed desirable, then I think we need more institutional support for these researchers, and that would include specifically a training approach that draws on the experiences of a subset of researchers who do work exploring and preserving Earth analog environments. And that's because I found that speaking to researchers who came from biological and ecological disciplinary backgrounds, and especially who did work in these remote environments such as Antarctica or the Atacama Desert, they tended to be more attuned to the risks of disrupting ecosystems and how delicate they are, and also the ethical issues in human ecosystem interactions. And so if we want to replicate those types of attitudes and perspectives, we should probably try to replicate some of those experiences. And second, in order to reflect scientists' values and concerns, the official justification for planetary protection policies should be modified to include the protection of extraterrestrial life and environments for their own sake. Currently, the reasoning is exclusively that we need to protect current and future science missions, but there have been discussions already in other workshops about potentially changing this reasoning. And finally, a plan of action for the detection of extraterrestrial life should be developed as soon as possible and in consultation with scientists and other stakeholder communities. We've seen that some scientists felt comfortable avoiding or postponing ethical and practical decisions, primarily because they assumed that guidelines would be in place in the event of detection. So we need to make that a reality. And also we've seen how much complexity and dissonance there was even within this small group of scientists. And so, in reality, we're going to be working with many different stakeholder communities, including policymakers and the public and the private sector. And we're going to need to discern and reconcile the values and views of all these different groups. And that's going to be complicated and probably time consuming. So we should start that process as soon as possible. And I'm out of time, and that's all I have. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Jessica. Any questions for Jessica? Yeah, virtual applause. Yeah, you can either use the hand raise function, or if your video is on, you can also flag me. Let's see, I see Zane.
Yeah, fantastic presentation, Jessica. I guess my question is, since you've spoken to so many of these scientists on this topic about the possible discovery of life and its implications, was there anything that you found that they generally missed as a group, or things that you found frustrating that a particular group missed or continued to say about the possible discovery of life?
I don't know if I found anything frustrating, but I think I was surprised by their the lack of attention, as I mentioned, to backward contamination or contamination of the earth and some of the social issues. I was surprised by how much the focus of our conversations was really on protecting other life and environments beyond Earth, like on Mars or other planets, and on protecting science, because I had, at the outset, I thought that our conversations would be more about backward contamination, but it turned out to be the opposite.
Thank you. Professor Harmony, Muir-Harmony.
Congratulations on a wonderful talk and thesis. I was hoping you could speak a bit more about your conclusions about training and at what point should those come into the education of an astrobiologist? And should there be a similar training for scientists in general, or what should be dissimilar or similar about the training for ethical responsibility in astrobiology versus other areas of science or general education?
Yeah, so I guess I don't know if this is going to fully answer your question, but there were similar findings in other fields, such as I mostly looked at nanotechnology, where studies have also found that, for example, what are often called downstream scientists, so studying the ecological impacts of new technologies, or toxicologists, would likewise be, as I found that field researchers were more concerned about environmental impacts. That's the same case in other fields, that people with an ecological or systems management background have more of an awareness of the potential risks and are more open to the possibility of these being real concerns, whereas the people developing new technologies and designing things in the lab tend to focus more heavily on the benefits. And so I guess in a very broad sense, I would say that even if we can't replicate, I don't know if I've thought so far ahead as, we should take all astrobiologists on trips, right, to these Earth analog environments in Antarctica, but even just incorporating in maybe, education, making sure that people learn about ecology and more ecosystem level interactions that have a more integrative and holistic take to the whole discipline, I think that might be helpful for any science, not just astrobiology.
Thank you. Professor Johnson.
Oh, Jessica, this is so near and dear to my heart, but I just thought this was just the most extraordinary thesis. I mean, it's just so incredible the way that you've been able to dive in, how this astrobiological context really alters the kind of traditional, ethical frameworks that we've been sort of taught to work with. And you really do a great job elucidating how, ethics in general, I mean, it's generally not much of part of a scientific training, but we need that, but we also need this disciplinary stuff. There was this great footnote that you had in there about Craig, who's sort of off on the side of the field, but as a virologist and a microbiologist, he's someone that seems just to really understand the possibilities of kind of the unknowns and these other risk of bringing things back. And I guess my question was in some ways sort of similar to this one before, but just this idea that, you come up, if you're coming from a more biological background, instead of say a geological background or remote sensing background, your sense of what containment involves, I think is just so critical. Just even bringing samples back from another country, there are people that just fly through customs, and then people like me that have to fill out a gazillion forms and have all these permits and inspections to actually bring things back to do biological analyses on. And I guess I was just curious, I mean, do you think that this training, I mean, it seems like clearly there needs to be more ethical thought that goes into this, but when you talk about, sort of more ecosystem approaches, I mean, would there be ways that, especially with students and people coming up, that do you think they just need to spend more time in laboratories that actually deal with microbes, not just take them off to Antarctica, but bring them back and show them how you clean up a spill and those types of things as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, so you mentioned someone, Craig, the code name of someone I interviewed, who was working on trying to develop protocols for backward contamination. So basically how we're going to contain the samples from Mars that we're planning to bring back to Earth. And he had a background in virology and dealing with, he mentioned that we have releases from biosecurity labs on Earth all the time, right? Even with things that we know very well how to work with, but people make mistakes and humans are fallible. And, we've released anthrax multiple times and brucella and all this other stuff. But I think that even learning about the more, whether or not people have to be actually involved in hands-on experiments with containment, I think, even for me, just hearing what he was talking about and giving all these examples of containment issues and learning about it from that perspective could be helpful. And also that, I just lost my train of thought. Oh, I was going to say that, so many participants talked about past examples of, I mentioned the fracking and on groundwater systems, or other analogies that they drew on to sort of ground their responses and their conceptions of risk and responsibility. And yet no one talked about examples of, or even as Professor Muir-Harmony knows very well, when we brought Apollo astronauts back from the moon, right, we opened the capsule in the ocean and didn't follow containment protocols. And we've distributed tardigrades accidentally on the moon already. And so there are all these past examples and ongoing examples of the difficulties or challenges and the failures of biological containment. And so I think educating people even from a historical standpoint on those things, or an ongoing standpoint of just what's going on and what are some analogies that we can think about with what all the possibilities are and what might go wrong, would be helpful. I hadn't thought about actually making people do containment, but I'll think about that more. That's a really good idea.
Great. Thank you so much, Jessica. And it's nice to see your family and your friends in the audience. All right. So up next, and another virtual applause. And we'll now turn to Kell Crowley, who's going to talk about data and crises using private sector data in disaster management.
Hi, everyone. Let me just share my screen. Can everyone see that? Okay, cool. So I'll get right into it to try and keep us on time. So as Professor Lewis mentioned, I'm talking today about my research on data and crises and how we're currently using private sector data to influence disaster management. So for a little bit of background on how I got to this question, I focused most of my Georgetown career on civic technology. So that's using technology to benefit society instead of the other way around, which we do see sometimes. But that's a pretty wide question, so I wanted to narrow it down some. And I'm really interested in this question of evidence-based policy and how we can better use data to inform how we serve people through government. Again, still very broad, so I knew I needed to narrow it down. So I'm looking specifically at private sector data and sharing that, because I'm also interested in this question of corporate social responsibility and how companies can give back a little bit more to their communities instead of just being profit-oriented. And then I focus specifically on disaster management or crises, because I think this is a time when the incentives are a bit more aligned than they usually are, because when a crisis hits, all of a sudden we lack all of this information about what infrastructure is working, what roads and bridges are still up, if people have internet. So we have all these questions that we need to answer, and everyone needs the answers, including businesses. So I thought this might be a time when the incentives are more aligned and we're more likely to get good examples of successful projects. So to answer this question, I first looked at the literature of obviously how data is currently being used in disaster management, and then also sort of the wider open data movement, which is about data sharing, but up to this point has mostly been focused on government. Information ecosystems, which are sort of how we produce and circulate information, how we talk to each other, how we find facts. And then data intermediaries and data collaboratives, which are data intermediaries are organizations that are, their mission is to empower communities to use data in all of their activities. So that includes community building, advocacy, policymaking, program planning. And data collaboratives are examples of private and public sector data being shared, so some kind of project or around a focus area, often like opioids, for example, or a specific disaster. And what I found when I studied this literature is that it's mostly theoretical right now, particularly in this area of data intermediaries and data collaboratives. So we understand how things have been working in disaster management since the 1900s, but there's not really an understanding of, with all this new technology, what can we do with it and how is it being used right now? Also, most of the literature is primarily focused on government because right now government fills the role of responding to crises. We expect the government to respond, and when they don't, there's a lot of backlash, as we've seen recently with the Texas winter storms. And even when the private sector is held somewhat responsible, like utility companies, that usually fades as soon as the memory of the last disaster fades. So going into my methodology, to answer this question, I'd completed 21 qualitative interviews with experts from government, from private sector, disaster management firms, from academia and think tanks, and from data intermediaries. And many of these, this table kind of gets into, many of my participants had background in more than one of these areas, so they were able to draw on their experiences from multiple perspectives. From these interviews, I drew together 3 cases of when private sector data was used to significantly impact the disaster management in a specific case. So in Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans, Hurricane Sandy in Connecticut, and the Tubbs fire in Santa Rosa. And then for the interviews that didn't have sort of specific cases that I could draw from, I used those to kind of confirm the trends I was seeing across these 3 cases of best practices and common challenges that are happening across this field. In terms of my analytical framework, what I'm basically looking at here is the process of, on the left, we have the process of crisis management. So that's mitigation and preparedness. And those 2 sections are like before a disaster hits, how do you try to prepare and make sure that the damage is as little as possible? And then the response and recovery is sort of immediately, how do you get people shelter, food, and then how do you start rebuilding? And that is affected by our information order, which is just, again, like the way that we communicate with each other. So the institutions, practices, and technologies that govern sort of how we understand our landscape and ecosystem that we're living in. So for example, after the Texas winter storms, there were a lot of people posting to Twitter about their like pipes being frozen or other damage they were seeing. And so that's a norm of like Twitter being a space where we share that kind of information and where people look for it. Whereas earlier that might have been just a like mainstream media source. And so my question is, as a crisis occurs and we all of a sudden need different kinds of information and we share information differently because maybe telephone wires are down or you can't communicate via the internet, where can we use and where are we currently using private sector data to make this process of crisis management smoother and more equitable for everyone? So in the interest of time today, I'm going to actually just go into one of my cases, the Tubbs fire, so I can go a little bit more in depth before bringing us back out to the sort of best practices, challenges, key takeaways. So for the Tubbs fire, for a little bit of background, this happened in 2017 and is one of the most destructive fires to ever hit California. And part of the reason for that is because it was moved so quickly. So 40,000 residents had to be evacuated, and all of those people had no idea whether their homes were still standing in the immediate aftermath of the fire. So people were calling the Santa Rosa government, but they didn't have that information either. And there was no way of even ground truthing which neighborhoods were affected because the National Guard was protecting the neighborhood. So literally no way to know what their own personal rebuilding process was going to look like. And the government, while they knew this was an issue, was focused on other urgent needs that they had to take care of. Luckily, however, there was a civic technologist named Robin Kraft who noticed that there were satellite imagery companies that had open data programs where they were sharing this, they were sharing their images for just this area, for just this crisis for free. So he was able to build a really simple slider tool, which is what's pictured here. So you can drag this across the screen and see where the fire has hit and what the damage is. And there's also like a little address lookup function. He shared it on Twitter. It went semi-viral. Which is great for the people that know to go to Twitter to look for this kind of information. But Jake Bayless, who was a programmer with the city of Santa Rosa, saw this tool on Twitter, and he was working in the Emergency Operations Center at the time. And he knew that there are people who are not going to look to Twitter for this information, and they're not going to be able to know like what their own damage is and what the rebuilding process is going to look like, and that the government has a responsibility to provide that to its constituents. So he was able to share this slider tool through the Santa Rosa website, like on the main landing page. And he said the size of relief from people, even when they found out that their houses were completely burned down, it was like at least they knew what they had to do to rebuild, and they had the information that they needed to move on and move forward. And after this, Santa Rosa was also able to build their own relationships with these and similar data providers for future disasters, so that if, with the next fire or earthquake or whatever that hits them, which hopefully is not soon, they are able to do this on their own without relying on a volunteer and sort of having that middleman to get this data. And that is kind of leads into one of my main takeaways. Right now, we are relying really, really heavily on data intermediaries, which are, again, like the formal organizations that kind of fill the role that, in this case, the civic technologists filled, and other civic technologists to do this work during disasters. It is great that the civic technology community is stepping up, but this is not necessarily a sustainable solution every time to be relying on volunteers as like the main way of doing these data sharing projects. Two, there's a general lack of documentation in institutional learning. This is particularly on the side of government, So when these projects are successful, government often has to move on to the next crisis, and they don't write up action reports of what happened, what went well, how they came to agreements about like how to keep the data secure, and who would host it, things like that are pretty technical and not everyone has an understanding of. So every time these projects happen, they're happening like on the ground, like have to completely restart the process. That is made even more difficult by my third point. These collaborations are happening during the response and recovery phases, so after a disaster hits, rather than trying to build these relationships before. And that's too late. Like no one's priority is going to find a new data provider who might be able to say, oh, like I am a spam email company and I can give you people's addresses that are receiving mail. Like that is not the government's priority. And so while that information is really useful, it's going to, like those projects are going to happen too late if we're not building them during the first two phases. And then finally, we still don't really have strong incentives for private sector companies to share their data. So while in this case, the two satellite imagery companies had open data programs, that's not the norm. And there are also lots of companies that aren't as clearly and directly related to disasters that have information that could still be really useful that aren't being pulled into this conversation. So with that optimistic thought and some other challenges that we're going to have to deal with and that I expect to continue, there's still going to be this lack of investment during blue skies or before a disaster hits. No one wants to put a lot of investment into something that might happen. We'd rather just pretend that it won't. Companies are currently believe that the potential risks of sharing data outweigh the benefits. That's likely to continue. I don't expect corporations to all of a sudden get a consciousness of like what their role in this should be and do the right thing. Finally, government, while they're doing their best, they have insufficient data capacity. And this is particularly at the local and state level. They just don't have the people they need. They don't have the hiring practices to find really strong data analysts and technologists. And they also don't have the funds to pay them anything near what the private sector can. So while we're trying to rebuild that in some ways in government, that's likely going to be a long-term process and not a quick fix. There are also, however, some opportunities and some really cool solutions that people have been working on. So one is data drills, and Amin Ra at the Beck Center on campus is really a champion of this. So the idea is that like we do fire drills to look at how we physically, or active shooter drills to look at how we physically are going to respond to crises. We should also do this with our digital infrastructure. So the idea of a data drill is like, you think of a crisis like power outage in the Georgetown neighborhood. What information do you need and where can you get it? And it's really specific. Like you need to know, for that example, you might need to know who is on like life support or necessary like health need electricity first. And so who are those most vulnerable people that you need to lift up and know where they are to be able to help them. So data drills are one way for organizations to better prepare for crises before they actually hit. Secondly, we need to continue leveraging public scrutiny during crises. All three of my cases were only successful because those cities or states had experienced a very similar analogous crisis recently and had done poorly. So they were like, they knew that they had to do better for the next one. But still, after a crisis hits, often that willingness to buy into investing in this disappears pretty quickly. The final and I think most important conclusion that I came to is that we need to build stronger relationships with data intermediaries and invest in sort of the creation of more of them. Right now, they're pretty scattered and only at the city level. But I think the only way to ensure that this work continues to improve and learn from like the challenges and opportunities of the past is if we invest in the formalized system of them. So we can't just keep relying on volunteers. They have to be organizations with this specific purpose as part of their mission. And I think data intermediaries are going to be the strongest, instead of just government or just private sector companies, they're going to be the strongest sort of area for this to happen, because this is their work all of the time, is communicating data to communities. And so they can focus on this during crises really easily and pivot to just sort of changing a little bit how they do their everyday operations rather than standing up a whole new capacity in the case of like private sector or government, where their main focus is not really data right now. Yeah, so that's my presentation. And I'd love to take questions or comments at this time.
Great, thank you so much, Kell. Questions? That was great. Raj, go ahead.
Yeah, there's a lot of work. I've closely followed your, and been patient with all sorts of, directions that you went in. And one question that I know we've talked about it, but it recently came up with Bill Gates' claim this past week when he's obviously done a lot, one could say, with the foundation, but with the vaccine, with COVID-19, a huge crisis, when asked about sharing data in a different way than you've talked about in terms of IP of these vaccines to developing countries, and he basically said no, and we don't want to share this kind of data. So what would you think? Like Anand, maybe some of you probably read this book, Winners Take All: Elite Charade for Changing the World. What do you think this notion of Gates, who's doing a lot of things, one could say, but on the other hand, not willing to share, data about how vaccines, or doesn't want companies to share about, IP on vaccines when this big crisis is happening. So what do you think we should do?
Yeah, I think, and this is, I think, a bias in my research, honestly, is that I fundamentally believe that the government's role is to serve all of their constituents, particularly the most vulnerable. And I think we've seen time and time again when we're looking back at like what has gone wrong, it's that we have ignored the most vulnerable people. So I think we're going to need to continue considering like how to expand our idea of who a constituent is. And so is it just citizens like of one state? And I think what we found is that we move forward much quicker when we are working together. And one really clear example of this, a network that I relied heavily on was the Beck Center's network of chief data officers at the state level. And they have come to some really cool solutions where like one, Tennessee or someone is doing really strong work in the area of opioids and can share that solution. I think we need to continue the sharing processes. I don't feel optimistic about that happening quickly, but I think that should be information that is shared, honestly, because profit is always going to be first in the private sector. So it's the government's job to counter that and think about what's actually good for society.
Thank you. Charlotte, did you have a question?
I just more wanted to say great job, Kell. I like really, really loved how you focused on using data in CSR like to make the world a better place. I think so often we kind of like conceptualize data as like inhuman and like evil, like data being used for evil. But at the end of the day, like each data point is a human being who should be being helped. And I think you communicated that really well, which I appreciate.
Thank you. And I also do want to point out for this presentation, I focused on like these 3 positive cases, very few and far between. So this is not at all the norm. And like even for the Tubbs fire, for example, Jake Bayless, the technologist who worked on that, later went and helped as part of the mutual aid program with another fire where he asked Google to give data because he could see like in real time, he was just looking on his like Google Maps app, he could see the bottleneck of traffic as people were fleeing the fire, and knew that this would be really useful information for planning the next evacuation process. And Google said no, and he never got an answer why. It was just there's too much risk, too much liability. And so even though these examples are great, I don't think it's the norm. I think it's really important that we surface them and show people that it's not just that technology is evil, it's how we use it.
Great, thank you so much, Kell. Great job. We're now going to turn to our next presenter, Maydha Dhanuka. Her project is called It Doesn't Matter What I Think, Perceptions and Experiences of COVID-19 in Rural Northern California. Go ahead, Maydha.
Of course, I didn't unmute myself. I just wanted to make a brief note. Where I live, the clock rings every 15 minutes. So if it starts ringing towards the end of my presentation, I'm super sorry.
15 minutes is perfect because that's how much time.
Oh, and of course, I ended up, don't look at that slide. We're going back now. Okay, so thank you, Professor Lewis, for introducing me. Like she mentioned, this is the title of my presentation. It doesn't matter what I think. And so the main research question I tried to look into was analyzing existing vulnerabilities and historical trends, how those influence people's experiences of COVID-19 in a specific rural Northern Californian community. And then I tried to take some lessons away and see how we could apply this to improving future public health interventions. So a little bit of context about the area. So I studied Shasta County, which is this region outlined in yellow right here. It's obviously in the very top of Northern California. And I grew up here for most of my life, and I actually lived in here during my study period, the summer of 2020, in this capital, Redding. So Shasta County and this area of Northern California are rich in a lot of different natural resources, particularly copper, iron, gold, and lumber. And at the same time, it's the head of the Sacramento River, which flows down into the Central Valley, or like the breadbasket of California. So essentially, because of these natural resources, since European settlement about in the 1800s, the region has been characterized by a series of boom and bust cycles that have generally extracted resources from the area and funneled them into more populous regions. And as a result, number one, the region itself is relatively low income. And there is also a lot of resentment towards particularly the Bay Area over here. Because that's where most people are, it's perceived as a richer area, and there's also a political divide. So Northern California is a very conservative region. In fact, Shasta County is the most conservative county in California by far. And as a result, they feel very alienated from the political process. This has played into actually a secessionist movement in the area that has been running since the 1940s, called the State of Jefferson, which I've highlighted the proposed territory in red. This area has aimed to secede from California with Southern Oregon and form its own conservative state called Jefferson. So like I mentioned, Shasta County is a generally low income area, and that comes with a host of different health vulnerabilities. So some of the top ones that I've identified, taken from Shasta County Health and Human Services, are STIs like gonorrhea and syphilis, as well as infectious diseases like measles and meningococcus, and wildfire smoke. So wildfire smoke has particularly become a concern as climate change has accelerated what are generally seasonal wildfires into very erratic and very dangerous fires. So in the past 3 years, actually, we've had multiple fires that have threatened major settlements and killed people. Another recent development of the area is Bethel Church, which is a charismatic mega church in the area that puts forth beliefs in faith healing above medical healing. This obviously will become very prominent as we discuss COVID-19, but Bethel is a huge force in the region. It's actually one of the main sources of revitalizing the region. And Bethel adherents are almost 1/10 of the entire county's population. So just for a little explanation of their size. So what I did for my study is, obviously I lived in the area during this period, summer of 2020. So I know the context. I also conducted 30 semi-structured interviews. I went through, identified them for certain prominent themes and phrases that came up during them, and then I analyzed them for prevailing trends and correlations. I also performed an interdisciplinary literature review into 3 main categories. So rural public health, crisis and risk perception, and identity formation and mobilization. And something that came up really prominently was an idea of rugged individualism, prominent in supposed frontier territories like Shasta County. The idea that, I don't know how to phrase it less colloquially, but essentially you do what you do and I'll do what I'll do, but we'll leave each other alone. That's a very prominent idea, and it definitely came into conflict during the COVID-19 pandemic. I also tied in this idea of rugged individualism with a general mythology of rural American independence, which tries to make the idea of a pioneer making it on their own, ignoring the reality of how government intervention and mass genocide facilitated land settlement in the west of the America. So I am going to briefly go over my results. So here were some prominent themes I found. Number one, disenfranchisement, like I mentioned, from the political process, regionally, and a sense of not being in control of their own destiny, which stems from historic mistrust of the government and the perception that government regulations have ruined business enterprises. There's also a very different kind of disenfranchisement that I found from rural minority populations, particularly ethnic minorities. Overall, the vast majority of my participants spoke to polarization on the political level. And I think they could very acutely sense it because they lived in a conservative county in a very liberal state where the governor had gone into direct conflict with, at the time, the very conservative president of the United States. And they also spoke to a large level of economic devastation building off of devastation from previous fires. So one thing a lot of people spoke about, which I thought was very unique, was this bubble mentality. I'll go back. Oh, I don't know how to go back. So as you can see, Reading is one of the only settlements in this area. It's otherwise pretty isolated. And that contributed to a sense that people felt they didn't have to follow the same rules as other areas. And COVID-19 restrictions didn't need to apply to them because, you know, it was very different. Very few people also tend to have connections outside of Reading or Shasta County. So there was a sense of disconnect from the larger world. Because of the tensions in this area, certain affinity groups fractured in different directions. And I will talk about this more in a second. I also wanted to kind of preface it with showing that I mapped certain key events alongside the case rates by day in Shasta County from March to November. And I wanted to explain them very briefly. So the first event is a rodeo during Mother's Day, where many people gathered despite COVID restrictions because they wanted to have a rodeo. I mapped the first state face covering mandate, which caused a lot of tension, particularly within the state of Jefferson, who has already rallied for a recall movement for Governor Newsom. A lot of people found conflict with the second shutdown that Governor Newsom instituted after a brief reopening period because it was very confusing and affected their businesses. And so the last two events I want to come to, the ones in green, are both connected with Bethel Church, the mega church that that advocates for faith healing. And it became a really big player in it, obviously, because they generally promote mistrust in medical institutions, as well as I had personal evidence during this time that Bethel officials and other members would actually discourage people from wearing face masks because if they wore face masks, it would prove that they didn't have faith in God to protect them. So after the second shutdown, a Bethel affiliated person organized a gathering at one of our major landmarks where hundreds of people gathered without masks, prayed and sang, which was a big controversy in our community, as well as in late September, there was a huge spike of more than 500 cases could be traced back directly to Bethel Church, and particularly its School of Supernatural Ministry. Overall, I think the rise of these affinity groups, as well as the sense of polarization, speak to a multi-level political failure within local community, on the state level, and on the federal level. And I pulled out this quote because I thought it really exemplified the attitude that people had. I'll read over it briefly. This person said, "Well, I didn't vote for Trump, and I didn't vote for Newsom. I'm not a real political person. I tell people that I have a 12-foot section of fence in my yard just so I can straddle it. So I'm a fence sitter, and it doesn't take much to knock me off one side or the other. It doesn't matter what I think about what the government's doing. It really doesn't. I can like it or not like it, but the way I feel about it doesn't matter one bit." When I asked further, they said, "It just doesn't matter. There's no causative relationship between what I think and what's going on. It doesn't matter what I feel." So I wanted to pull out some lessons I took from this. Number one, I wanted to deconstruct this idea of rugged individualism. There was a huge variation within my sample, first of all, and second, the vast majority of people did believe in COVID restriction measures, including face mask wearing. If people disagreed with it, it was often because they felt like it was being imposed on them from an external force, particularly from Gavin Newsom, who's from the Bay Area. I also wanted to tie this into how this mythology of rural independence, that we should all leave each other alone, was constructed in order to justify neoliberal policies in the 80s. And in our current moment, it's been used to siphon blame away from policymakers' failures and blame it on the general populace. I talk a little bit about this cycle of panic and neglect. Essentially, many people were scared at the beginning of the pandemic, and that the level of fear and panic was unsustainable, so they burnt out, especially during the summer of 2020, which led to this neglect and this bristling against COVID regulations. I also briefly want to touch on vaccine hesitancy. Like I mentioned, measles is a big concern in our area, and actually we've had several epidemics recently. This kind of reflected as well in vaccination rates in for COVID-19, as well as this came out in my interviews, many people expressed fear, including medical professionals, because of a general mistrust of medical institutions and government institutions to have their best interests at heart. In fact, right now, actually, Shasta County is one of the lowest COVID-19 vaccination rates in the state. I also, in my study of risk prioritization, balancing financial fears, COVID-19 fears, and the risk of wildfires, which another deadly fire also struck our area during this time, the vast majority of people tended to prioritize financial risk over anything else, speaking to that essential concern, even when they wished that they could follow COVID restrictions. I also want to touch a bit on the particular vulnerabilities of rural minorities. So even though Redding or Shasta County is 90% white, as you can see, COVID-19 rates were vastly concentrated, particularly in Black populations, but also amongst Asian and Latino people. Within these boxes, it's important to identify specific categories. So when in the Asian group, specifically Min and Lao populations are from Southeast Asia, generally came as refugees in the 80s, but still live in low-income, multi-generational housing, and particularly Latino migrant workers face the biggest risks. So I wanted to come to just my 4 main conclusions or policy recommendations, whatever you want to call them. Number 1, institutions need to recognize why rural areas mistrust them, particularly the perception that government regulations have directly damaged their incomes. We need to reframe public health interventions in terms of our personal responsibility to protect others. That was a direct statement that came out of a lot of my interviews, and I think it's important to bridge this perceived dichotomy between individualism and communalism. I also talk about having a measured policy response that still respects the changing knowledge and nature of any epidemic, but is something that business owners can also follow. And my biggest lesson is the importance of federal relief funding coupled with any directives. Like I mentioned, most people couldn't follow restrictions because they were at risk of financial ruin. And so if we are going to have mandates, they need to also be associated with relief that facilitates following those recommendations. So thank you so much. And if you have any questions, I'm here.
Great job, Maydha. Any questions?
I guess I'll ask some questions. Maydha, that was just fantastic. I'm so proud of you and everything that you were able to really actually do field work during the pandemic, which is pretty remarkable on the ground. Could you share everyone with a little bit about your methodology, which was, pretty on the ground, especially for others kind of interested in your approach?
Yeah, of course. Well, I think one big difference was people weren't wearing masks during this period. So actually I went out, mostly had in-person interviews with people. And I did get to directly talk with them. At the same time, I volunteered at our local public health. I worked at like a call line and at a doctor's office. So I got those are the bells. I got a pretty robust view, I think, of the COVID situation in my community.
Okay, thanks.
Varsha?
I just had a question. Sorry if you can hear my AC in the background is old and very clunky. But I was just wondering how people felt when you said that you were doing this kind of research, if there was a lot of COVID hesitancy or denial, and just how they felt as you asked them about it.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mostly reached out to people I knew, which is definitely a limitation, or that I had other connections with. For one thing, I did want to look more into vaccine hesitancy, but I expect that with my role in the community, my parents are doctors, so a lot of people who were anti-vaxxers wouldn't necessarily want to speak with me. I did manage to get interviews with a lot of people who wanted to talk about this because I think something that was really important was I emphasized, like, I grew up here, I know these people, and I'm not someone from outside who's trying to make us look bad. That really, really spoke to a lot of people. Actually, a couple of people refused interviews, and then I mentioned that, and they agreed to it. So I think even if there were some distrust of me, there was an overriding feeling of a community still.
Great. Thank you so much, Maydha. Great job. Okay, our next presenter is Madison Alvarez. Madison, I'll let you do your title. I don't want to mess up people's titles, I guess. Go ahead.
Sounds good. Give me 1 second to share my screen.
And for everyone just joining, there's a link to the program in the chat. And if you don't have it, just let me know and I can send it to you.
All right, so I will be talking about my research into COVID-19 and social media. So this research was looking into how the source and content of misinformation about COVID-19 on English language social media shaped the implementation of public health measures. So ultimately, this is looking about how the way that pandemics are talked about online influence people's beliefs and behaviors, and how these conversations ultimately shape the efficacy of public health policy outcomes. So the framework behind this research ultimately stems from the idea that the general public is not reading raw public health data. They are not often looking at studies from, for example, the CDC or the WHO. They're primarily getting their information on the pandemic from the news and from social media. And because of all these lockdowns, people are turning to social media more than ever. So this is becoming a vital source of information on the pandemic. Because of this, social media has a significant influence on public perception of the pandemic, especially when it comes to trust in key institutions like scientists and government in their responses to COVID-19, as well as how seriously people take the pandemic, how seriously they view the nature of this illness, and who they believe is responsible for complying and addressing public health issues that affects the community as a whole. Because this has a direct influence on community behavior because of their internal perceptions, this is a significant determinant of the efficacy of public policy outcomes related to the COVID-19 pandemic. So to conduct this research, I collected a sample of social media posts, mostly from Twitter, also from Facebook and Reddit, and first sorted them by information typology, so looking at the extent to which these posts were citing evidence-based scientific information, whether they were promoting active disinformation with a political agenda, whether they were misinformation, whether they were posting something for which science doesn't have a firm stance or answer, or whether there's no evidence for. Also looking at different platforms. So across different social media platforms, there is a different population, different culture, and also the algorithms of different social media platforms really influence the kind of discussions that are being had about these issues. Also looking at the date that these were posted and the way that current events and changes in the pandemic itself influence the kind of conversations people are having online. Also looking at who has the most influence over these conversations. Is it journalists? Is it public health experts? Is it the general public? Is it politicians? Or is it, for example, corporations? And then also looking at what people are saying over time. So what are people posting about? Is it information about pathology and how the disease is spreading? Is it a response to their view of the quality of governance relating to the pandemic? Or what if people are sharing, for example, developing information on treatments and medical advice related to COVID-19. So it's important to put this research in its historical context. So the posts that I collected were created between the Republican National Convention and the 2020 United States election. And this is for a few reasons. One, because Americans are very loud online. So whatever is going on in US politics tends to be very influential in social media discourse in general. And also because ultimately the 2020 United States election was in many ways turned into a referendum on the quality of response to COVID-19 by the previous presidential administration. And so therefore, a lot of posts online during this time, if not inherently political, were placed in a very important political context. And so during this period, not only were debates about social distancing, economic lockdowns, business closures, mask wearing, a matter of emerging science and uncertainty, but they were also influenced by heavy disinformation campaigns and also a sort of tribalism where your stance on information about COVID-19 was not just a reflection of your understanding of science, but also a reflection of your political ideology. And so this really muddied the waters during this time, and it made it very difficult to communicate effective public health information. It really shaped the way people responded to COVID-19 policy, especially when debates about the public health and electoral implications of mail-in voting started during this time. So looking at the data from this time period, there are several very interesting trends that emerge. First, misinformation and disinformation are genuinely very widespread on the internet, but they don't necessarily reach a very wide audience. Instead, they tend to inundate a very specific small audience. The social media communities are very segmented politically, regionally, and culturally. So for example, on Facebook and Reddit, you will often see groups that exist around a certain ideology, a belief about COVID, or an identity. So you'll see groups called something like COVID-19, but for people who believe in science, or groups that exist to discuss QAnon theories related to COVID-19. And so depending on what groups you fall into the social media space, you're going to see very, very different narratives about this pandemic. And so ultimately, we see two very different world perspectives and a fundamental disagreement on the facts about the pandemic because people are so segmented in this space. And so the way mis and disinformation flow are very specific. Also, official public health communications from organizations like WHO, CDC, etc., generally aren't read directly, but they still do influence digital discourse. The most common kind of post online, if not the kind that gets the most engagement, are people who just share a news link without any context. They're just like, this is interesting, post a link and go. And so this suggests that journalists play a very essential role in funneling information about public health matters to the public. They not only shape discourse on social media, but they also shape understandings in general. And so understanding their role is very important. And then in instances where disinformation is intentionally created and spread, it is done so in a way that tends to target the most vulnerable. So for example, there are a lot of active campaigns to sell people who have contracted COVID-19, especially people who have long-term symptoms from COVID-19, vitamins, for example, or expensive medications that have not been tested and proven one way or another to treat COVID-19 symptoms. Also, disinformation does seem to be created in a way that it targets people who are either elderly or isolated and draws on this sort of psychological general desire among our community to feel like we are belonging to something broader as we are all locked in our own homes. And so this makes a lot of people, especially the most vulnerable, very susceptible to this kind of disinformation because it is targeted to draw on these sort of weaknesses that they have and their sort of desire to be connected, and the fact that more people than ever are turning to social media as a way to pass time while they're stuck in their homes. So before I talk about sort of the lessons that we can take away from this research, it's important to note that the place we're on the pandemic now is quite different from where we were when these posts were collected. So we have a new presidential administration. There is a sort of turning back to a belief and respect for science and evidence-based information. And also, notably, we now have massive rollouts of the vaccines. When these posts were collected, vaccines were a possibility, but they were not currently a reality. Now discussions about governance tend to not be a matter of, for example, should we shut down, should we close business, but a question of when can we reopen and return to normal life, and what should normal life look like? This is a much more optimistic discussion that the internet seems to be having, and it seems to be one that is less vulnerable to produce misinformation and disinformation, and in general, the political climate, because we're not in an election season, is less likely to produce this sort of very vitriolic, divisive rhetoric. This means that it's a lot easier to get evidence-based information out to the public, but also there's generally, I think, people are getting worn down. So there's less interest in COVID-19 information in general. That being said, the time period as information was being collected is a great case study of what it means to try to communicate to the public in an era where governance is being questioned, where people fundamentally lack trust in key institutions like science and government, and therefore communication is very hard. And also what it means to communicate information during a pandemic where the science is emerging and very new, and where the situation regarding transmission of this disease is constantly changing. So there's a lot of uncertainty. And this is the sort of vulnerable period where communication is very, very important, because this is often a time where public participation in public health is very essential. So when we have these moments of crisis and where people don't feel like they're a part of a community broadly and they're questioning every source of power in all the major institutions, when we're looking at what it means to be prepared for a pandemic, we need to consider things like population health literacy, public trust in government, public trust in science and scientists, and leaders, means of rapid, reliable, and most importantly, trusted means of communication with the public as essential measures of pandemic preparedness moving forward, to make sure that when we have future moments like this, where we are dealing with a large amount of uncertainty, we can communicate information in a way that will be trusted, even when we're dealing with the scientific method and the fact that information is still developing. And from there, I will move on to questions.
Great, thanks so much, Madison.
I'd love to jump in here. Madison, nice presentation and great job explaining this. I think it's I think following Maydha is perfect. It's, you guys have bit of variations on a theme, and just to thank you, but recognizing that both of you had to go down a little bit of a rabbit hole into conversations that were I remember hearing from you both, but also like the levels of frustration of what you were hearing and the kind of the data that you were collecting and trying to reconcile that with your own personal beliefs. Sometimes the kind of the emotional toll of this research can be difficult, and want to acknowledge that for actually both of you. And Madison, I think, you know, very clearly you were looking at a particular point in time, and as you mentioned in the presentation, and I think you spoke a little bit to it, but I think that I'd love to hear more of your thoughts about like where, if you were to dive back into those same chat rooms, into those same spaces, what you think might, I think I like to say that like things have, you know, the conversation around in the country has shifted, but what does that really look like, particularly on some of those platforms that you were involved in? And I think the other thing that, the second point would be about, you know, kind of combine disinformation with misinformation. And I wonder if in your analysis and in your examination of these platforms, if you were able to actually differentiate, and some of that gets at the intent and the who is behind it, and the why. And then I think the final thing would be great. The question about like, you know, what is, you know, as we think about the role of the media and the role of communication, what's our responsibility? Do we have a responsibility to train the media differently? Do we have a responsibility to, you know, how does one increase public health literacy amongst the public? And at what stage do we have to be looking at that? So anyway, overall, wonderful. And thank you for the presentation. And I know I just threw a whole bunch of stuff at you.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'll try to hit them point by point. Let me know if I forget one of the points that you brought up. I'll start with differentiating misinformation from disinformation. I think normally this is very hard to do. I think I was a little lucky with the time period I was studying, in that the political agendas of people who were talking about COVID-19 during this time period were very clear. And I think it was pretty easy to differentiate when people had access to information about COVID-19 and were ignoring it. Of course, it's not always simple, right? Especially in an international context where often I'm not fully aware of, for example, the political stances of leaders who are posting. So it did involve a bit of background research. But I think thankfully, it just like there are general frameworks and themes from that time period, especially if we think about the context of the election and basically the question of, was the COVID-19 response by the previous administration good or bad, right? That was the main question that made it a little bit easier to distinguish. I think also like just understanding that, trying to remember what questions during this time period were still up in the air, right? Like the science on COVID-19 is always evolving. The question I always think of early on was like, for example, the question of whether the public should use cloth masks, and how early on, right, there was this big message that the public should not wear masks, save them for the medical professionals who need them. And then the language changed to say, no, you should wear a cloth mask because it's better than nothing, right? I think that's a really key example that we can kind of look at, because that was a matter of the science evolving. But in many groups, that was turned into an example of, oh, the CDC doesn't know what they're doing. The WHO doesn't know what they're doing. They're making this up, right? When I think if you're really involved in this space, you realize that's just a natural evolution of the scientific process. You know, new information comes forward. We can see this with the issue of vaccines, right? As we are currently in this debate about the efficacy and safety of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And so I think one of the big responsibilities, touching on the next question, for public health is to kind of communicate that science and the scientific process in public health often is an emerging process. And especially in this pandemic, there are going to be questions that are going to have changing answers over time. And just because an agency changes its answer or doesn't know something or realizes and admits that it was wrong later on, that's not evidence of a conspiracy, as I think a lot of people think. That's just the nature of dealing with a complex, rapidly changing pandemic. And I think that fundamentally is something that is really hard to communicate to the public. And I think when we're looking at news media, for example, which is incentivized to, you know, for example, controversies are communicated very well in media, right? Those are very popular. Social media algorithms tend to really promote posts that take a hard stance. You're like, oh, let's talk about this thing that is problematic. And that isn't really conducive to a nuanced conversation of evolutions through the scientific process. So I think partnering with news agencies and especially working with prioritize conversations of this nuanced debate would help the public understand that just because there's uncertainty, just because the recommendations change, it's not something nefarious. It's just a matter of dealing with a very complex issue where information is scarce at the beginning.
Thank you. Oh, I saw there was one question. Did you no longer have a question? Was it Zach? Yeah. Did you still want to ask your question? Go ahead.
No, I can ask it. I just didn't want to take too much time.
No, we're fine. You got 2 more minutes.
Yeah. So I was wondering if you saw during your research, if there was any cases of, because I know that social media companies are not held liable for the content that's posted on them per precedent. But did you see any cases where like an individual was prosecuted or found responsible or alleged to be responsible for individuals suffering from COVID-19, dying from COVID-19? Because I feel like that could be a big issue where if somebody's spreading misinformation, it could result in harm and possibly deaths. So did you see any cases of that?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, one big thing that actually messed up my data set was I was still collecting posts when Trump was kicked off of all the social media platforms. And that was kind of an issue because frankly, he shaped so much of the conversation during that time period. And to have all of his posts deleted, I was like sitting there collecting it. I was like, well, okay, because he's so influential, right? And you see so many people repeating that message. And I think because I don't have his data, right? I don't have those posts anymore. I can't say this with evidence, but I will say from what I saw, he was so influential in this conversation, right? And if I could share my personal bias, then yeah, that was influential in the extent to which people took the pandemic seriously because it was turned into a political issue, right? And of course, this is a much more nuanced debate. It's not an issue of one person. Science communication has always been something that has struggled with. I think public health communication is always something that is very difficult. But yeah, that was something that really came up and I think influenced my data set and results was that this was something that politicians had a very specific interest in. So you could really tell, so-and-so is posting this because he or she wants to look good for the next election, right? Because they want to say they're doing a good job for whatever constituency they're representing.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Madison. Great job. And you guys are right on schedule. I am so impressed. Thanks everyone for keeping to time for our first four presenters. We're going to take about a 10-minute break right now for folks to get up, stretch, get some water, whatever, and we will reconvene at 1:30 with Zina talking about cybersecurity. So see you all back here at 1:30, 9 minutes. We're going to go ahead and start up again. If folks could come on back or turn on your videos. Okay. So we are now starting our next set of presentations, and Zina Seibert's going to kick us off talking about cyber threat discourse and implications for policy. Go ahead.
Go ahead and share my screen. Can everyone see that? Perfect. So, hi everyone. My name is Zina Seibert, and today I will be presenting my thesis titled "The Discursive Phenomenon of Cybersecurity: Leveraging Cyber Threat Discourse for Cybersecurity Policy." So, there we go. So, this project was inspired by the critical geopolitical reality that is the rise of China and its consequences for US competitiveness at the international level. In one view, the linchpin of China's geoeconomic edge over the US is its integrated public and private sector, a policy that is central to the Chinese communist model. Yet, unlike China, the US has always and still does separate these two worlds. In being someone with an acute interest in cybersecurity, this reality piqued my interest because public-private partnerships are fundamental to US cybersecurity policy. So this led me to wonder, essentially, if the separation of public and private in the US was impeding the effective implementation of cybersecurity policy. And I therefore took this project as an opportunity to explore how this separation has manifested itself practically. And this logic brought me to the following research question. To what extent does the American news media's discursive representation of the cyber issue differ from that of policymakers, and how might cyber discourse analysis inform cybersecurity policy? This thesis contributes to the literature on two complementary fields of study, those being cyber threat politics and cybersecurity policy. Much of the literature on cyber threat politics analyzes the cyber discourse in an attempt to discern cyber threat representations and perceptions. And my study, the same idea backed my study, but it contributes to a gap in the literature by comparatively analyzing the discourse in media articles about the cyber issue and that in cybersecurity policy documents. And then while the literature on cybersecurity policy has commented on the need for a convergence of public and private interests in this field, no previous studies have backed this claim with empirical evidence of disparate public and private interests.
Sorry, Zina, something just happened with your slides. We can't see them.
Oh.
Can you see them? Yeah, now I can.
Okay. All right. So anyway, the purpose of my study was twofold, essentially. On the one hand, the idea was to explore and compare the nature of the cyber discourse in two types of communicative text, which are traditional news media articles and policy documents. And I achieved this with natural language processing tools, which I outline in my methodology. But then on the other hand, I wanted to use these findings to address the inefficacy associated with the cybersecurity PPP model. And the primary challenge with doing this was that my data was cross-sectional, and cross-sectional data only reveals information about the state of a particular environment at a given point in time. However, I argue that my findings, albeit based on cross-sectional data, can actually have both explanatory and predictive value when deliberated as part of a dynamic system. And to this end, I devised a theoretical framework that synthesizes three concepts anchored in a constructivist epistemology, those being securitization theory, threat framing, and agenda setting theory. You can see my framework on the slide. It essentially indicates how my findings can be deliberated from a high-level systems thinking perspective so as to cultivate situational awareness for cybersecurity policy. And the framework has three levels: perception, comprehension, and projection, and it indicates that The perception of elements in the threat representation environment is informed by securitization theory and my empirical discourse analysis findings. Then at the second level, the comprehension of the meaning and significance of threat representations is rooted in threat framing and framing effects. And finally, at the third level, the projection of the future preferences of distinct groups, in this case, policymakers and the general public, is based on the agenda setting function of the press and the use of salience manipulation by political actors. So in sum, this framework systemizes the theoretical concepts that underpin my empirical methods, while also illustrating how a complete understanding of discourses can be used by policymakers to incite well-informed decision-making. So in terms of our methodology, at the data collection stage, articles were extracted from the web pages of 20 media outlets with subpages dedicated to cybersecurity. And I should add that the news sources selected were diverse in their political ideology and in their quality. The selection included popular media outlets and political trade publications, and both liberal and conservative sources were represented. So in order to extract the articles, I designed a distinct web scraping algorithm for each subpage using the beautiful soup package in Python. And media articles were extracted off the 20 domains over a 2-month period in the early fall of 2020. And during this period, I essentially ran my software every other day, and it parsed the text of any news article on the cybersecurity subpages. And then finally, the cybersecurity policy documents that I collected included federal government publications and commissioned policy reports, all of which were published between 2008 and 2020. Then at the data preparation stage, all the texts were pre-processed to clean up formatting, omit any strange data, and remove any duplicates that may have been in the data set. The texts were then all normalized for a length of 500 words in order to strengthen the model's performance. And the final data set contained a total of 1,953 texts, with 1,553 of those being media articles, and the remaining 400 were policy documents. Moving on, my data analysis was done using a semi-supervised topic model in Python, specifically the guided Dirichlet allocation model, more commonly known as an LDA model. And this model classifies texts into topics, which are guided by manually selected lists of seed words. And the seed words that guided my LDA model were actually grounded in this threat representation framework by a seminal author in the field, Miriam Dunn-Cavalti. And you can see this framework on the slide. She basically identifies 3 cyber threat representation clusters and operationalizes them in her work. And I decided to have the topics that my model produced be guided off of these to aid my discussion. But in order to produce more narrow topics, I actually bifurcated each cluster and implemented the model to generate 6 topics, such that 2 topics would pertain to each of her clusters. So then when the model is run, it scores each document for its congruence with each topic. And the dominant topic with like that one model is scored for translates to one of Dunn-Cavalti's clusters in that way, which helped me in discussing the nature of the discrepancy between the cyber discourse in the media and in policy documents. The analytic framework for the study integrates Dunn-Cavalti's notion of cyber threat representations with my theoretical framework. It maps propositions derived from my framework on the theoretical plane and the hypothesis about cyber threat perceptions on the empirical plane, highlighting how when synthesized, theoretical and empirical concepts help me both answer the question. So the theoretical plane sort of proposes that securitization gives rise to dominant threat frames, which then influence preferences related to that threat. And the empirical plane delineates how discursive practices give rise to dominant threat representations. And then it follows that the cyber threat representation held by a particular community will shape their cybersecurity policy preferences. So overall, this framework is the lens through which my findings are examined and ultimately a heuristic for relating discursive practices to cybersecurity policy. The quantitative findings yielded by the model reveal that there was in fact a substantial discrepancy between the cyber discourse in these 2 types of documents. Broadly speaking, the policy documents were consistent with the human-machine cluster, whereas media articles were consistent with the technological and sociopolitical clusters. And this is exemplified in the tables on the slide, which show the number and proportion of documents dominant in each topic. So notably, the human machine cluster frames cybersecurity as a national security threat, and it focuses on critical vulnerabilities and the complexity of the cyber threat. And by contrast, the technological cluster employs viral metaphors and is centered on technological incidents and their consequences. And finally, the social-political cluster represents cyberspace as lawless. It stresses the role of the hacker and emphasizes the criminalization of cyber crimes. In terms of my qualitative results, these were used mainly to examine the nature of the discrepancy between the discourses under study after the quantitative findings revealed that there was one. And the table on the slide shows the 15 most salient terms in each topic, revealing how the documents best represented by each topic portray cyber threats. And this is also depicted visually in the semantic networks. And the qualitative results sort of suggest that the dominant discursive cyber threat representation in policy documents is related to disruptive attacks on critical infrastructures and sort of unknowable threats relating to complex vulnerable systems. Media documents, however, seem to represent threats in cyberspace in a manner that is almost mutually exclusive from policy documents. Hackers, cyber criminals, malware, foreign aggression, and misinformation were all represented in the media discourse, but representations of cyber threats as threats to national security seemed less than limited. Of course, it can be argued that there are challenges associated with employing the human-machine representation in press coverage. And so in response to that claim, I took a small data approach to the analysis of the media documents that were most consistent with the human-machine topics. This included 68 documents, which constituted approximately 4% of all media documents in the data set. And three major insights were essentially drawn from this analysis. Firstly, that it is in fact possible to employ a human-machine representation while discussing newsworthy topics. And the headlines of these articles, which are seen in the table on the slide, indicate that they cover a diverse subject matter, from US-China relations and government affairs to observations about emerging technologies and corporate strategy. Then secondly, many of these articles seem to target private sector leadership, indicating that this audience actually has something to benefit from exposure to a perspective that emphasizes national security. And finally, the headlines of these articles imply that they could have actually scored higher in one of the other two clusters. For example, one might assume that an article titled "The Future is Here and it features hackers getting bombed" would converge on the socio-political cluster. And so the fact that it did not underscores that it is possible to allude to national cybersecurity policy even when the issue in discussion is less abstract. And overall, in looking at the contents of these articles more closely, it indicated that they were inspired by newsworthy topics and events, but the reporters related the subject matter back to national security level concepts and their implications. So cyberspace has permeated every dimension of society. The role of the cyber issue in shaping our present and future at the macro level cannot really be understated. Even so, this domain remains broadly misunderstood, and its rapid envelopment into our everyday lives has produced an environment in which the cybersecurity policy and strategy are imperative to the function of our society, yet the theoretical study of the discipline remains underdeveloped. And in consequence, cybersecurity policy, and in particular the PPP model, have been unsuccessful at preventing, mitigating, protecting against, and responding to cyber incidents. I argue that the PPP model has been inefficacious due to this disparity between public and private preferences, and given the intimate relationship between discursive practices and individual preferences, that discourse analysis can be used to understand the nature of these disparate preferences. My findings reveal that the cyber threat representations used by the media are incredibly divergent from those used by policymakers, and this is problematic because civilian policy preferences are in part shaped and informed by the agenda-setting function of the press, whereas decision makers will be exposed to a completely different sort of communication, with their preferences probably being grounded in policy and white papers. So theory tells us that disparate discourses can generate disparate policy agendas, and the PPP model is contingent on shared interests and preferences between partners, especially in the US, where there's this strong public-private separation. So if the interests of industrial partners are not aligned with those of the federal government, then the model will inevitably fail. Until civilians recognize the importance of information sharing to national security, industrial partners will remain inclined to conceal valuable threat information about system compromises so as to not lose credibility in the eyes of the public and in turn lose business. At an elementary level, the present day public and private interests can be illustrated by the Venn diagram at the top of the slide. And the convergence that I argue for is represented by the bottom Venn diagram. It would be both naive and impractical to assume that a complete convergence of interest is possible or even desirable. That said, my research suggests that present day civilian and policymaker interests are just short of mutually exclusive, making a convergence imperative to the success of cybersecurity policy. And how am I on time? I can cut it off.
You're right at 15 minutes. So
okay, perfect. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Zina. Any questions for Zina? By the way, I should say that if I were to give an informal award for most organized honors thesis student, I think Zina would get the award, who's been on top of this project from day one.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Lewis.
Can I ask
Please,
one
Professor
question?
Crowley.
So Zina, you ended with the Venn diagram and that there should be more of an overlap, but who should do most of the moving and why?
Right, so I didn't have time to get to it because these presentations are too short to cover a full thesis, but my thesis actually outlines two mechanisms for like this sort of convergence, those being media reframing and education reform. So in terms of media reframing, that approach sort of calls for an increased emphasis on these national security threats by the participants of the policy process and sort of political actors using oral and written speech acts to just bring this sort of conception of cybersecurity and the cyber issue into the conversation and bring it into media frames and the public discourse, because the issue at hand, the way I see it, is not that these cyber threats to national security are being framed as insignificant, because in order for them to be framed as insignificant or negligible or inconsequential, they would actually have to be given attention first. And so they simply cannot have been framed as such yet because they haven't been privy to that widespread recognition. And then on the other hand, I also talk about education reform, and the literature looking into information systems curriculums has commented on the fact that there's a lack of sort of attention to and awareness about these sort of cyber threats in these curriculums. And so I think that a strong education system has the potential to really incite personal responsibility towards national level cybersecurity in the next generation, and holds a lot of promise in that regard. And these are both long-term propositions, but at the end of the day, cybersecurity in this field is at its infancy. It's not going anywhere. So I think if there's a time to take a long-term approach, it would be now.
Thank you. Zach?
Wow.
Yeah, do you think that, also amazing presentation, loved it. Do you think that the current debate over encryption and just the sort of stalemate almost between private sector and public sector over where we should fall in terms of like whether something should be completely encrypted or there should be a backdoor, do you think that that discourse and the public's awareness of that has negatively influenced the public's willingness to consider, I guess, coming together with the public sector on just cybersecurity issues in general? Because I feel like in my perspective, it's definitely exacerbated the difference between what the government wants and what people think that they should want.
Yeah, so I think like that definitely does play into it. The way I see it is if a lot of like the public-private collaboration in the States depends on information sharing, essentially, like that's the gist of it. And these private companies have held off on sharing their information because it makes them look not credible. It makes their product look bad. And then when civilians see this, they lose interest. So like the encryption is an aspect in it, but I think it's more broad than that, really. Like I think there needs to be this public awareness of when you see that some sort of company has been, hacked or whatever in the news, on the media, to not sort of hold it against the company in a way, because that mentality has prevented and sort of hindered information sharing and the public-private collaboration model in general.
Great. Thank you so much, Zina. Great job. Okay, our next presenter is Jack Hennessey. Jack, you're on.
Hey guys. Yeah, I'm so grateful to be here and grateful to see the culmination of what I personally know to be so many months of hard work. So shouts out everyone else in my class. Let me just share my screen. Looking good? All right. So my name is Jack Hennessey, and for my STIA honors thesis, I researched climate resilience in emerging urban Africa. Specifically, I assessed the equity within the United Nations Making Cities Sustainable and Resilient initiative. Before I begin my presentation, I'd like to acknowledge that I am presenting on the traditional territory of the Anacostan and Piscataway tribes. I pay my respect to these tribes, and I commit to a principle of respect and care as part of this presentation. To start with a bit of background, according to United Nations data, Sub-Saharan Africa is the fastest growing and urbanizing region in the world, with future growth expected to take place largely in smaller cities, these being cities with less than 1 million inhabitants, rather than in the megapolises such as Lagos, Nigeria, that you may picture when thinking of African city. Rapid, unplanned urbanization has led to a number of problems, including growing slums, growing poverty, and stark inequality, combined with a weak government capacity to adapt to these challenges, poses a grim cocktail for development. The poor in these cities are especially vulnerable to the increasing risk of natural disaster, and scholars have found that they are also the least powerful to remedy their own plight. In part, seeking to respond to these challenges, one of the United Nations' most significant guide rails, Sustainable Development Goal 11, asserts the intention of creating inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable cities. Born from this goal, as well as through the UN's most recent disaster management framework, Making Cities Sustainable and Resilient was born. This 2016 to 2019 program focused on building the capacity of local governments to manage disaster, with a focus on crisis-prone cities, 5 of which are located in sub-Saharan Africa. It's important to note that this program acted as a guiding structure, sort of dispensing the UN's form of advice and expertise on what they believed resilience was, rather than as a funding entity for organic, local, homegrown resilience programs. But what form of resilience was sought here? The concept of urban resilience is broad, abstract, and frequently ill-defined, leading scholars to increasingly question whose resilience is prioritized against what shocks or stresses, when, where, and why in these global frameworks. The literature on these issues has yet to fully explore this question in the context of these smaller emerging cities and networks such as the UN's MCSR. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Especially important to question resilience building in these developing cities, as these are spaces of both immense challenge and immense opportunity to curb climate change for the world and to create a more sustainable future for millions. Thus, I ask the question, how do primary actors in sub-Saharan African cities assess the pilot rollout and the social impact of the UN's MCSR initiative? And my argument is as follows. Were the program's framework, implementation, and outputs to consider equity, they would have addressed the 3 pillars of justice: recognitional, procedural, and distributional. I examine this argument via analysis of interviews with key UN officials, as well as disaster management actors involved in the program located in Kisumu, Kenya. Kisumu wasn't a random choice. It was one of the 3 cities I chose for my analysis, 3 of the 5 cities involved in MCSR in sub-Saharan Africa. Kisumu and Diradawa are illustrative of many sub-Saharan African emerging cities. They've got populations hovering just below 500,000, high growth rates, as well as governance and service provision challenges. Kampala, Uganda stands in contrast. This is a city of 3.5 million residents and counting, with comparatively robust institutions. And while these cities are undoubtedly distinct in their social, cultural, economic character, among other facets, all of these cities must contend with issues of the disparate effects of flooding and drought and other natural disasters on their populations, specifically their most vulnerable communities, such as those living in informal settlements. Regarding the program structure, I find that MCSR primarily focused on smart and top-down changes, with its primary interactions being with government and institutional elites. UN coordinators rarely spoke of embedding equity into their program's objectives. Moreover, the program's failure to provide implementation funding forced partner cities to scramble and use up their own valuable capital. This reliance was aggravated by the heavy burden MCSR placed on the program's local focal points. These were city officials tasked with implementing MCSR on top of their other municipal commitments. I believe that this structure, and I find that this structure, led to piecemeal considerations of equity and justice across the cities I examined. In Kisumu, the focal point was passionate about including a wide range of stakeholders, but was constrained by the city's inefficient governance structure, as well as a severe lack of funding. In Diradawa, the city provided ample funding for MCSR. However, community stakeholders were excluded from helping develop resilience solutions. And in Kampala, the city's institutions created relatively inclusive policy through MCSR, but this was accomplished by way of the city's own resources. Thus, I argue that MCSR failed to build equitable resilience in sub-Saharan African cities. Rather, I find and argue that it exacerbated injustice, both between cities, the growing gap between the haves and have-nots of sub-Saharan African cities per se was furthered, as only cities with pre-existing resources were able to properly leverage MCSR, and injustice was furthered within cities through the support of the institutions and governments which played roles in creating the structural injustices as they stand. In conclusion, I believe that the million-dollar question is this: how do you build equitable, sustainable development for the hundreds of millions expected to live in Africa's cities? Based on my research and literature review, I find that rather than offering top-down technocratic solutions, the UN and other international organizations must advocate for a form of resilience negotiated and agreed upon by all city stakeholders. These networks should thereafter provide tangible support contingent on these negotiations, especially to under-resourced emerging cities in the region, like Kisumu. And understanding how this may play out, how this may have played out, definitely goes beyond the scope of my research. And I leave it to future scholars, maybe those in this class, to evaluate inclusive resilience measures and their medium and long-term effects. Thank you, especially a deep, deep thank you to my advisor, Professor Brandis. I cherish you, and I welcome further thoughts, opinions, and questions on my work. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Jack. Virtual applause.
My pleasure.
Does anyone have any questions or comments for Zach?
Close, it's Jack, but.
Sorry, I meant Jack. Sorry, my phone was ringing. Apologies, Jack. I'll ask a question. I don't know if Professor Brandis is able to be here right now, but maybe you could tell us a little bit about what you found sort of the most challenging thing, particularly about, accessing the community and sort of getting the local perspective given the challenges.
Great question. I would say, I'm just thinking of just trying to get a picture of how the situation was, quote unquote, on the ground ended up being impossible. And I want to acknowledge that, the opinions I really got, and this is to my point, were those of largely institutional actors who, had emails that were listed on these organizations' web pages in Kisumu, as well as on the UN's webpage and ultimately responded. So, just the nature of my data collection definitely skewed, I would say, maybe answers and my results towards sort of like an elitist top-down perspective of an equity issue. It's not like, and something I tried to do was, do a remote survey and try to get some actors there to enumerate it. But this just proved next to impossible. Hello, Professor Brandis. Welcome. I'm just answering questions.
Zach, go ahead.
Yeah, great job, Jack. I just wanted to give you a shout out, man. I know that your project didn't go as planned from the start, and I just want to give you props because for one, incredible work, great presentation.
Thank you.
And I know how hard it was we worked on this a little bit together, and I feel a lot of the stuff you went through, but I know that you had to switch it up big. So just want to give you a hand for
Thank
doing
you, Zach.
an awesome job.
Likewise, dude.
Thank you, Zach. Professor Brandis, I know you're just jumping in, but I don't know if you have any questions you wanted to ask of Jack.
My sincere apologies. I just want to congratulate you, Jack, for all the hard work that you've done this semester and over the course of the year. I think the primary question that I have for you that I've shared with you before is really around the relationship between the kind of innovation and response at the local community and local jurisdiction level, and the relationship to what are essentially kind of globally sourced policy innovation initiatives. And I know that you've spent a lot of time reconciling those two, but I'm wondering if you would just kind of unpack a little bit, the relationship that people find themselves in, having to jockey back and forth, these program leaders that find themselves jockeying back and forth between those two different kinds of stakeholders.
Yeah, great question. I quite like probably one of the biggest words that just arose out of my interviews with Kisumu local actors involved in this program, as well as with UN officials, is funding. Largely, it sounded like these cities and these city governments are so used to interacting with organizations like the UN, sort of as a grant giving institution, expecting money from a lot of the programs, kind of regardless of what they were. And so something that was honestly unique about making cities sustainable and resilient was the fact that it was sort of more an expertise giving program and sort of like an organizational building program rather than as a funding structure. So even there was sort of a disconnect there, and it took a lot of the UN's resources to just kind of assert that they weren't going to give money for this necessarily, that it had to be found outside of MCSR. Moreover, I found that, based on and inherently as a result of the program sort of, partnering with these cities all over sub-Saharan Africa, as well as all over like the global South, which is sort of developing nations and cities, is rubbing up sort of against like the cultural norms and the governance norms of these cities. It's impossible for a staff of like 3 people working on MCSR to keep up with who are the mayors, who should we be talking to, who should we be trying to get, in the same room as well as like how does the government normally and traditionally interact with community groups? This was, sort of all over the place with these cities, and very hard for this organization to make happen. Thank you for your help.
Again, my apologies for coming in late. I mean, I just think that your work has really explored this, an enormous area of tension really within initiatives like this, because of the, extremely dynamic nature of on the ground reality of, ephemeral funding, ephemeral leadership, but incredibly important and material and very concrete set of community-based challenges associated with different kinds of threats. And in some respects, I don't feel like we have a well-established leadership framework for people who are for the kinds of people who you interviewed, because they are expected to do everything and synthesize and integrate across such a diverse interdisciplinary set of challenges. And I think a lot of your work really elevates that. And I deeply appreciate that. And I think that this is a really critical area of capacity building that needs to be, further resourced and developed. And I think the question from my perspective is really one of institutional governance and responsibility. I mean, is this something that really can be pushed top down from organizations like the United Nations or other, important global development organizations down into communities? Or is this something that needs to essentially be honed and organically generated, by communities and local jurisdictions themselves? And I think, I don't think there's an easy answer to that, or there may be no answer to that, right? But that tension is extraordinary, and I think your work has really, cast some really concrete insight into, how people have to act on the ground.
Well put. And if I may just speak to sort of, if it's possible, one thing I did find that sort of the UN coordinators I interviewed mentioned as being necessary, while they ultimately did kind of understand that they weren't getting at these bottom-up community building issues, there is still a need for sort of a smoothing out of like national and regional legislation to sort of pave the way to allow this community building to happen. So it's definitely like a nexus of the two, from my limited understanding.
Great, thank you so much, Jack.
My pleasure.
You worked really hard on this, so nice job.
Thank you.
Okay, we are a couple minutes ahead of schedule, but I think we'll go ahead and turn to our next presenter. Zane, do you know if your mentor was able to come? I know he might have had a conflict. I don't want to start early.
Yeah, so I don't think that he was able to make it because he has a class right now, but
I thought so, yep. We're recording these so hopefully everyone will get to take a look at them later, and we'll share those with everybody. Okay, so we now are going to hear from Zane Chowdhury on understanding online hate speech. Go ahead.
Yeah, just give me a second and I will.
And for everyone joining us, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, nothing, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you. I was just going to say, for everyone who's just joining us, the online program is available. If you don't have it, just shoot me a chat and I'll make sure everyone has it. And Zane, go ahead.
Yeah, give me just a second. I'm a little ironically technologically challenged, given my thesis. But
looks nice.
All right, can you all see my screen? Wonderful. All right, so good afternoon, everybody. I am so excited to be able to finally present my thesis here today. It's titled From Anti-Blasphemy to Digital Blasphemy, Speech Concerning Muslim Minorities on Pakistani Social Media. And so to give a little bit of background into my thesis before we move ahead, my thesis is mainly focusing on online content moderation and hate speech detection, specifically in the case of Urdu language media, in comparison to English language media on social media. Previous work has mainly focused on Western cases, which my work fills a gap in the literature for, because I'm focusing on a very particular and insular case located in South Asia and specifically in Pakistan. Moreover, even when the literature has addressed Pakistan or South Asia, literature tends to be focused on India in particular, as well as also on English speech in particular only. Unfortunately, there have been studies trying to document on a large scale social media and hate speech within Pakistan and South Asia, India, etc. But curiously, because of limitations in natural language processing and natural language processing tools, they omit basically everything that is not English, which leads to a major, major gap and blind side in the literature. So with that being said, my research question is that how do texts about non-Western minority communities compare across social media between English and non-European mediums, and what challenges arise in the moderation of these cases? So to just give, again, a little bit more background, there has been a lack of quantitative metrics on the volume and content of this kind of speech. Most of the work has been focused on a more ethnographical type of literature, and my thesis combines big data and small data analyses to shed light on not only what has been allowed to persist, but also on what challenges occur within natural language processing and moderation as a whole in these non-Western cases. So to give more context onto my specific case, to take a step back, to talk about some of the context that is surrounding this case of Muslim minorities in Pakistan. I focus my thesis on the speech that is used to talk online about Ahmadi Muslims, Ismaili Muslims, and Shia Muslims. So a couple of major pieces of context are that firstly, there's major polarization in Pakistani society on these topics. There's very little nuance in how people discuss these just on a societal level within the media as well. There has been basically an almost known but unsaid gag rule on discussing the topic of religious minorities and their rights. In fact, in Pakistan, over 75% of the population believes that anti-blasphemy legislation is necessary in order to protect the image of Islam and the image of Pakistan. To talk a little bit about these blasphemy rules, I'm going to be talking as well about the gravity of the issue. So mainly, this has been something that has extreme consequences. The picture to the right is an event that took place in 2014, where after online and digital media swarming against the Ahmadiyya Muslim community on Eid, which is a Muslim festival, occurred, it led directly to the arson of an Ahmadi neighborhood in Gujranwala, Pakistan, which led 3 young girls burned alive and the entire neighborhood demolished. This is not, unfortunately, an isolated case as well. And this extends blasphemy legislation into the physical space from the online space. To give a little bit of background on blasphemy legislation, Pakistan has 2 major laws. One in 1973, the Pakistani parliament passed the Second Amendment to the Pakistani Constitution, which declared that Ahmadi Muslims were no longer allowed to identify or self-identify as Muslims. And then in 1983, under dictator Zia al-Haq, this law was basically extended to criminalize Muslim practice by Ahmadi Muslims, and then also criminalize some practices of Shia Muslims as well. The penalty for breaking blasphemy legislation can be anywhere as small as a fine to significant to being put on death row. And then the third piece of context is understanding the scarcity of non-English tools. As I've mentioned before, a lot of research prior to this has left out almost all of the non-English sources. That is because natural language processing as it stands does not have the capability to understand speech, not in English, and particularly in speeches that are not in English scripts. So to give a little brief overview of my analytic framework, I am taking different keywords, which I will explain in the next slide, to search and scrape tweets from Twitter, as well as hand search from Facebook. I then parse them into different categories of support, ridicule, religious dismissal, threats and curses, as well as conspiratorial talk.
That's my advisor.
Okay. Sorry about that. And then I use I use that information to compare them, to compare English and Urdu mediums using history, my lived experience as an Ahmadi Muslim, and the terms of service of these social media websites. So as I've mentioned, for my methods, I scrape tweets from a period of 2010 to 2020 in English and in Urdu. And then I used existing natural language processing tools that tokenize, basically break up sentences, and normalize the vocabulary to be able to be read by a machine. And then I compared the clean data to a custom quote unquote bag of words related to the topic to categorize the speech into different fields. And then I also compared numerical and textual findings between languages and keywords using lived experiences and historical framing. So here's a brief overview of the keywords that I used. So interestingly, in this case, especially with Ahmadis, there is a slur component, or a slur version of the word that is properly used to refer to the minority group. So for Ahmadis, it's Qadiani and Mirzai. For Ismailis, it's Aga Khani, and for Shia, there is also a slur called Katmal, which basically means a tick or a leech. And so what's interesting is that you can basically figure out what a person's opinion is on the minority group by what word they use, which makes it pretty clear that we are identifying very negative data, and we don't have to worry too much about sentiment analysis where the tools are lacking. So here's just a quick overview of the words that I used to kind of categorize the tweets themselves. You can take a look at them. And so to finally start talking about the data set that emerged. So here on the left is a sample of the tweets after they've been basically broken up into small components and then analyzed for containing the words in the bag of words. And you can see how the algorithm necessarily matched these up. So what was really apparent was the exceptionality of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community in this. Between all of the Urdu tweets scraped, conversations surrounding Ahmadi Muslims took about 72% of the total conversation. And this is very interesting because Ahmadi Muslims make up about 0.3% of the Pakistani population. So this is a very significant finding in the fact that there appears to be an obsession or a fixation in speech, especially in the digital space, on the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. So I'll be focusing on that community moving forward. So what was also apparent was that Urdu tweets generally outpaced English tweets by far and blew them out of the water. With Urdu results scraping over 540,000 tweets over the 10-year period, and then in English, there were less than 23,000 tweets. There's also a variation of Urdu that is written using English letters, and this returned over 70,000 results. But as you can see, the English results definitely outpaced the Urdu results, and the Urdu results tended to be extremely negative. So on the left, I have a screenshot of the data scraper as it was scraping the information. And just to translate a few of the things, they're saying that basically Qadianis are worse than a pig's piss, basically saying that anyone who sympathizes with Qadiani should receive 1,000 curses. So again, very negative content. So to kind of explain the sort of macro level of what I found, over 44% of Urdu tweets included religious dismissal. And this is compared to only 11% of English tweets containing religious dismissal. You can see on the right a graph of the most common words used in the Urdu dataset for the term Qadiani. And the word kafir, or what translates to infidel, appeared in over 250,000 of these tweets. So an extreme amount of negativity related to religious dismissal. Previous literature has also found links between this religious dismissal and dehumanization, which is basically trying to express the will of these blasphemy laws and the persecution that exists in Pakistani society onto a digital space. Over 20% of Urdu tweets included ridicule, as compared to only 7% of English tweets. And interestingly, 15% of Urdu tweets included conspiratorial language. These refer to very unfortunate and anti-Semitic tropes that often occur, that Ahmadis are actually a part of a Jewish lobby that exists to control and destroy Pakistani society, or that Ahmadis are part of an Israeli lobby, or that Ahmadis are part of an Indian lobby. The list kind of goes on. And there's numerous different conspiracies that exist. Interestingly, within the Twitter terms of service, conspiracy against minority groups is something that is absolutely not allowed. So the persistence of this does speak to some of the gaps in their moderation methods. And then lastly, 6% of Urdu tweets included direct threats compared to only 4.5% that showed support. And in English, only 3% of the tweets contained direct threats, as opposed to 2.5% that had support. So just to give a little bit of flavor of some of the shortcomings that exist from natural language processing and content moderation, I do have here some examples of tweets and some of the shortcomings of the content moderation model. So firstly, the first tweet is what is called a mixed lingual tweet. So basically in English, it reads, "It makes no difference if Qadianis are a majority or a minority. It is a rule for Muslims to kill Qadianis, and now we are making them economic advisors." And then it switches to Urdu written in English script, which then says, "I'm a strong supporter of PTI, which is Pakistan's ruling governing party. But what is wrong is wrong." And then in English, it says nothing about the religion. This tweet was categorized as an English tweet, and then thus natural language tools were being used to try to make sense of this tweet in English. Clearly in Urdu, there's a direct call for death here. And so this is actually one of the major gaps that occurs within content moderation. And then also, if you look, turn your attention towards the part that is written in Roman Urdu, there is no standard orthography in Roman Urdu as well, which makes it extremely hard for algorithms to be able to normalize the language that exists within these tweets, because there's almost infinitesimal variations of how to transliterate a sentence into English. So then some examples of other tweets where even physical or human content moderators would have trouble are these conspiratorial tweets. So the first one is basically saying that Qadianis are holding a puppet government over Pakistan, and that Ahmadis were basically stuffing ballots and trying to change the election. A content moderator would basically need the deep communal knowledge that Ahmadis are almost de facto unable to vote in Pakistan. So this conspiracy, again, firstly doesn't make sense, but also to be able to understand that this is a conspiracy that is used to try to undermine the Ahmadi community is something that a moderator might miss without that deep knowledge. In the third tweet of that bottom set, there is also a very troubling tweet that basically admits that the author was taking part in anti-Ahmadi pogroms that occurred in the 1970s that, as the tweet admits, resulted in over 1,000 deaths. So again, this is something that without direct knowledge, a moderator would not be able to understand. And then of course, there were also tweets that natural language, even in English, processed as positive for very questionable reasons. As the last tweet says, "Madam, I know and sure 100% that Qadianis will go to hell." Possible reasons why this could be is the insularity of vocabulary that surrounds the Ahmadi community. And so these algorithms are not necessarily able to detect this very insular religious vocabulary. One interesting question is that if this was a result of bot behavior. Unfortunately, it does not seem like it. And I say unfortunately because if it were bot behavior, it would be a lot easier to moderate. But this appears to be something that is done through grassroots hatred that occurs within the Pakistani society itself. And these are also done through certain hashtag campaigns that in turn affect real policies that target the Ahmadi community and extend communal oppression onto the online sphere into what is now being governed as digital blasphemy. So in the post in the bottom, you can see that it's basically trying to encourage users to report Ahmadi content online. And this actually resulted in Google taking down Ahmadi apps from the App Store and thus preventing the Ahmadi community from accessing these apps in Pakistan. So just, I know I'm coming up on time, but just some brief conclusions is that there are gaps in the algorithm that occur for natural language processing as well as human moderation itself. And that some needed steps for social media platforms in order to protect these religious communities are to firstly invest in non-English natural language processing, work with minority communities to develop capacity to understand factors of oppression, move towards a more proactive approach to content moderation rather than what they're doing right now, which is reactive, meaning that right now, in order for a post to be looked by the content moderation team, it necessarily needs to be reported. And lastly is to develop robust language against religiously veiled threats that algorithms and content moderators may not understand. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. So I'm open to questions now.
Great, thank you so much, Zane. That was extremely interesting. I'm going to jump in since Raj isn't here and ask you maybe the first question, particularly in terms of these recommendations you lay out for what really would be needed, across social media platforms. I mean, can you talk about where, obviously there's a lot that needs to be done and a lot of deficiencies. Are there any that are better than others, making strides in this area? Are there any of these, that are being maybe prioritized?
Yeah, unfortunately, in this area, it seems that there's very little interest, just because social media companies, as much within the case in the US, do not see this as an issue of personal liability. However, as I've kind of explained, this, in these contexts specifically, is extremely grave and concerning, arguably more so than in many English contexts as well, that have led to direct violence, pogroms, and legislation changes against the community. So unfortunately, it seems that there has not really been strides to this, and the best hope right now, as I've mentioned, even though that humans can't necessarily moderate this content, is to try to develop some sort of tool that can work for non-English content. And this basically just means having to invest in every single language that is spoken on Twitter and these social media spaces in order to necessarily hedge against or protect these minorities from direct attacks and threats online. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Zane? Yeah, Pat, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Zane. That was very informative and great. Thinking about like the different platforms of social media, is there a difference among like, you may not have included this in your analysis, and that's okay, of like image-based social media platforms like Instagram versus like text-based like Twitter?
Yeah. So as I kind of delve into in my thesis itself, there's a problem with what's called mixed modal content, meaning that if somebody posts a video or posts an image with text in it, that makes it again even harder for algorithms to be able to detect sort of the negativity, toxicity, or even direct threats to violence itself. For example, a lot of these hashtag campaigns that I've been talking about that have occurred to try to exert Pakistani law over a digital space have necessarily happened because somebody shares a video. And infamously, so the most recent one was a man named Waqar Zaka, who basically calls himself a digital influencer for the protection of Islam within Pakistan, posted a video on his Facebook page where he has about 3 million followers, basically outlining how to report the content on, like how to report Ahmadi content online, how to, and then goes into a bunch of reasons why Ahmadis kind of deserve, sort of the situations that they're in. And then I think one thing I do also just want to bring attention to is that within this case, right, I'm speaking very specifically about the Ahmadi community, but as I've mentioned, when you bring up especially with image moderation, this is just an example of a case where a minority does not have the power to combat this through discourse and necessarily must rely on moderation. So you bring up a very important point. And there are just so many gaps that really need to be addressed in order to make sure that human rights are not further degraded.
Thank you. There's a question from Karina Landler.
Hi, this is Sasha on Karina's phone. Hi, Zane.
Oh,
That was
hi.
a wonderful presentation. Thank you for giving
Hi, Sasha.
Hi, Zane. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the natural language processing. I was just wondering because, like, obviously a lot of words in a lot of languages, I don't know a lot about Urdu myself, but, like, words can inflect or, like, there's, like, tense endings and stuff like that. And I was also wondering if there is, like, a standard dialect that's used in Pakistan that, like, the computer was, like, set up to, like, comprehend, or if there were, like, issues with, like, different people using different types of dialects.
Yeah, of course. So yeah, you definitely hit the nail on the head. In Urdu, there's different cases that occur. However, these are pretty standardized. And so you can basically hedge against these pretty simply through natural language processing itself. As you kind of said, there are also different problems with context that occur. The model that I use doesn't necessarily take context into account. So again, a tweet that's saying like, we shouldn't say that we should kill all Ahmadis might basically trigger the censor for saying that this tweet is a direct threat. So that's something that is kind of a shortcoming of this model as well. But yeah, as you've noted, specifically with dialects of Urdu, Urdu is actually not the most commonly language spoken in Pakistan. It is the lingua franca. So almost everybody knows Urdu, but people speak regional languages. However, a lot of the vocabulary is still very similar, and they do write it using the same Perso-Arabic script on the online space. So it can be standardized using Urdu typology.
Thank you.
Great. And we just have about a minute left. Jack, did you have a quick question? Or did you?
Yeah. Thank you for getting to me. I was just put down because of time, but.
Sorry, Jack, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Zane, great presentation. So real world and so like meaningful. And I really hope that you're able to, present this information to some capacity to, those that can like enact change. And kind of speaking to that, I'm wondering, has this project sort of inspired you to maybe like work on this in the future, or maybe not, just because it seems like such a grand issue that like, maybe you're growing more pessimistic. So I guess I'm just wondering how it's affected your own personal insights and future.
Yeah, to answer this really quickly, just to make sure that we keep on schedule, definitely this is kind of my main impetus for trying to go into actually technology policy law, to kind of hold some of these social media companies more accountable for a lot of what goes on. And also because a lot of them acquiesce to, specifically in the Ahmadi case, to requests from the Pakistani government to take down content and block it within Pakistan itself. For anyone who's interested, you can actually look up, the Georgetown Caravel actually did a wonderful feature. I worked with them about the Pakistani telecommunications agency request and basically suing two American Ahmadis for content that they posted online. So I'll post that link in the chat for anyone who's interested.
Great, thank you so much, Zane. Great job. Okay, our last presenter of this segment is Patrick Walsh. Pat, go ahead.
Hello. I'm just going to share my screen. Sorry, I'm just getting this up. All right, is that good?
Yep.
Great. So my thesis was on realizing the right to health, case studies of European austerity. So my research question is as follows: as part of their commitment to the progressive realization of health, do countries prevent the retrogression, as in the regression to previous states, of health outcomes during periods of economic hardship? This combined different facets of my SFS education within the STIA program as well, going from economics to human rights to global health to comparative government design. So I started off with a literature review and folded that a bit into my method. So first I started synthesizing different theoretical concepts and real world events to provide context to this question. So first looking at what's this concept of progressive realization of health. Drawing on Jonathan Manns, who is a seminal author in this human rights and health space, drawing on his framework, I started to delineate the history of health rights and focus on the concept of progressive realization to the right to health. In other words, this is the obligation that countries hold to continue to improve their health systems for the betterment of their residents. I then looked at how contemporary economic crises have impacted health systems and health rights in general. So this can come in the form of austerity that can ration services, increase out-of-pocket costs, or decrease the overall resources in a system for health and social welfare. This has been impacted by the rise in a neoliberal ideology of governance. Since the 1980s, neoliberalism has, as this ideology, has prioritized market forces and growth as the basis for economic administration and overall social governance. I argue that this style of governance has significantly affected health outcomes when responding to economic recessions. So using these narratives, I kind of pulled these strains together to argue this. In terms of my methods, I investigated how this synthesis is seen through 3 case studies: France, Italy, and Spain. I selected them for their geographic and geopolitical similarities. They each were impacted by different levels of austerity in response to the 2008 financial crisis and subsequent European debt crises. So France saw the least amount of austerity measures and sought to increase some of their taxes rather than going into cutting of services, although services were still cut. Spain saw the most significant austerity measures imposed and mandated deficit reduction targets, mandated cost-sharing schemes that put more costs on the individual rather than the larger system. And Italy's kind of between these two as the medium between the most significant and least significant austerity. The sources I used are the European Statistical Agency and the WHO Global Health Expenditure Database. I selected 4 health outcomes, mental and behavioral health, because of the marginalized status that this holds in the health sector. Often in austerity, these are some of the first services that can be slashed or can be cut. And there's already plenty of literary evidence to suggest that these elements tend to increase during times of economic recession. The limitations in the data is twofold. So looking at comparability among the 3 case studies, each of their collection methods are different and not yet fully standardized, so it's hard to make direct comparisons. And then attribution of cause. I'm not trying to look at how health outcomes were affected by government spending, because that would require immense complex statistical testing, controls for confounding variables, and other methods that prior literature by others had difficulties fully teasing out. So I focused on looking at correlations with the recession, with the imposition of different programs throughout the time periods, grounding these conclusions in prior studies and theoretical frameworks. So my analytical framework that I completed this through was through a pyramid. So at the bottom, you have the progressive realization of health, this foundation of the system. You have on the left, the government and health and social welfare expenditure block, looking at how much government puts into its system. On the right, as I mentioned, there's plenty of evidence that suggests that economic stability is essential to ensuring health outcomes, as when we have instability, we see more negative health outcomes produced. And then on the top, as the evaluative measure, I have the positive population health outcomes. So my analysis focuses on an economic recession. So I added that into the analysis. And by nature, this removes economic stability. The measure of success in this framework is if a country can prevent a retrogression of health outcomes during recession. That lies in the foundation of the other blocks. Was the other 2 blocks, government spending and the commitment to realizing health, enough to prevent the positive health outcomes block to fall over? And we can no longer see those outcomes. Or perhaps that balance is enough that the spending was enough to sustain positive population health outcomes or sustain or prevent a breaking of a prior trend. Not looking to see directly what the cause and effect is, but more like we know the cost, we know the outcome, were they enough? So looking first, I looked at France first as a case study. As I mentioned, it offers insight into this country that weathered relatively the least economic impacts and subsequently imposed the least amount of austere cuts. It's a system that's regionally administered, but is centrally planned. And when the recession hit right here in the mid-2008, France responded by tightening budgets, increasing taxes, and other measures that accounted for lost revenue rather than relying heavily on cutting services outright. Figure 3 on the left outlines pre- and post-recession spending levels by the government. And as you can see, prior to the recession, you see a nearly 250% increase in expenditures from 2000 to 2008. And then we see kind of this drop off and this breaking of this trend, turning it into a stagnating trend that it kind of hovered between $3,000 per capita, $3,000 US dollars per capita, and $3,500 per capita. When looking at this with figure 5 on the right, which refers to inpatient, as in more than 1 day in the hospital cases, we see a similar stagnation of cases after the recession. You can kind of see a small correlation between the two, that both of these trends start to alter and not grow as much as they prior had before. Stagnation in cases when we have prior growth from France can mean many things. And I look to the literature to kind of ground what my conclusions could be from this. Previous evidence already have pointed to potential lack of access or provision outright of care that was experienced in France, even though some of these measures were attempted to be avoided. This is where I feel like what happened is that the care was going up because the care was improving, but come this time when budgets start to get strained, access or provision was tightened, we saw this stagnation. And previous studies have suggested that these cost-saving measures still impacted health services across France, and you're kind of seeing that here. Taken together, these figures demonstrate that there may still have been negative impacts in France's response. This negative impact is through the breaking of a previous trend of that resulted in the stagnating funding, while also breaking a prior trend of positive growth in the health outcomes. Turning to Spain, for time's sake, I'll forego discussion on Italy so we can kind of talk about the extremes of the analysis. So Spain had a very difficult time in the recession. Unemployment rose to 21.6% in 2011, and their austerity platform that they put into place was called the 2010 Stability Program, which centralized decision-making for the health system, gave the central government more control over costs, and cut services overall, implemented more cost sharing so it was harder to access because it'd be more expensive for the individual to experience. Previously, it had been universal coverage to most extents for most types of care, but now we're seeing kind of more individual responsibility. So looking at figure 13 on the left, same figure as in France, we see a nearly threefold rise in government expenditure since 2008. And after the recession here, we see that stagnating trend again, that it's oscillating between roughly 23,000 and 16,000 per capita. Here we kind of see how such a program could be impacting health outcomes, that this program was implemented in 2010, 2011. The recession already had harmed things, but we're starting to see a negative growth after the imposition of this program, more steeper decline. Figure 15 on the right paints a slightly different picture from its equivalent in France. Here we see a decrease starting out from 2004, and turning that into a still a decrease, but not as a significant decrease before. So similar questions apply on what a decrease actually means. And looking at the literature, looking at what was going on the ground in Spain at this time, we know that mental health ailments worsened. So it's wouldn't fit in that there'd be less mental health and behavioral ailments to begin with. Looking back to early 2000s, late 90s programs in Spain, they had made a lot of reforms at that time already. They were already in a cash-starved system, already trying to control costs. That prior to 2004 and up to 2004, these changes were very unpopular, left a lot of the population unsatisfied, a lot of people feeling like the system wasn't funding enough. The system was still putting a lot of responsibility on the individual to fund their own care. So that could be a potential explanation, is that we see this continuing trend because we already had some austerity imposed on it, and we're seeing that trend stagnate, potentially that it reached a bottom limit, or there was some other factor at play that requires kind of further research. Continuing on, just overall takeaways, conclusions that what I was looking is, as a response to economic crises, the case studies demonstrate that there was the stagnation of expenditures. It wasn't due to private sector actors kind of taking more responsibility, because the government's share of funding stayed around 70% for all the case studies. We see a stagnation or a breaking of prior health outcomes trends, suggesting an impact from that recession. The question was not, did that government programming or spending hurt or help health outcomes? It was this level of expenditure or programming enough? And that's kind of where I brought this analysis. Similarities in post-2008 correlations demonstrate that it was not, in fact, enough to prevent retrogression or some breaking of these trends. However, additional research is required, and that's something I'm really excited to kind of dive deeper into in the future, in looking at how to control for these, how to demonstrate causation. Furthermore, another big takeaway is that government decision-making has a huge critical role in health for several reasons, and at several points of a health system. During the initial construction of the system, where you build what policy levers you have available, you look at how you can build up how a system can be flexible, and the structure of the health and social system to begin. Who's covered? Why are they covered? What are they covered for? It's also important during continued maintenance of the system, where ideally governments are prioritizing human rights in these decision makings, or on the other hand, injecting neoliberal policies or pursuits that privatize or shift costs away from the government and onto the so-called consumer of healthcare, consumer or the individual who has to navigate now that system. And it's critical during economic recessions and similar crises. How a state responds, whether through austerity and some interventions that may limit services or limit what individuals can access to, or a different mechanism like stimulus. It can also look at how human rights can be strengthened or eroded, depending on how a government decides to respond, as in what's the core foundation of the system. And lastly, my research was steeped in numbers and countrywide data, but I think it's important to recognize that there are individuals behind that data. So in the health outcomes, for every one shift up or down, with a population in France of 68 million people, that's 680 people. In Spain, 47 million, that's 470 people. So the work continues on to research how prior policy solutions impacted health in these crises, and in the hopes of finding and suggesting and providing evidence for more effective future policy solutions and motivations. Thank you so much for listening.
Great, thank you so much, Pat. Let's see, I already see a question from Zach, you're up.
Great job, Pat, that was awesome. I was just wondering, did you think about addressing or I don't know to what extent you addressed it, but the impact of cultural norms on particular countries or regions within that country and their emphasis on healthcare expenditure? Because I would imagine that, I don't know how different it would be throughout Europe, but just around the world, different cultures, of course, emphasize familial healthcare or I know like my family comes from Christian Science, so it's like just not engaging in healthcare and praying to that. So do you think that would have any impact on the general government expenditure and focus on healthcare during financial crises?
I definitely think so. Like what I was finding was like the motivations for why countries made decisions that they made, why countries like put money into different things, like you said, familial care or primary care, like gets at who is in charge of these decisions, like what is the emphasis on particular in an ideal world in like human rights or in an analysis that focuses on like continuing to progress toward a better place. So I think there definitely is. I wasn't able to really tease it out too much. Like I found a lot of literature looking at how different rights are perceived in different places and how that kind of ripples through government or ripples through policymakers. But being an analysis on these three countries, I chose them for their kind of relative similarities so that like I could control for as much as I could. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Should I?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I was just wondering, Pat, if you could explain a little bit about what Italy could have done differently. So in Crisis, what is a good way to kind of think about responding, despite, I mean, every kind of context you were talking about has a different health system to begin with that they're navigating, but how might they have responded differently?
Definitely, yeah. And I think that's what the hope that the research is looking at. A lot of what I was finding and what effective examples were sort of stimulus that in some way the US had pursued in limited ways, but looking at ways that we're not cutting services, but providing those services and investing more in those different things to account for some of the increased costs that would be bared in the future. And I know Italy had very unique circumstances because they had been going through already financial recovery plans similarly. So they were also seeing tightening budgets prior to the recession. And when those budgets that had been tightened got tightened even more, and I didn't talk so much about Italy, but in the case studies in my thesis, I talk about how those still had broken some prior trends and still had harmed. So I think that's definitely something I'm looking forward to looking at in the future, but definitely a lot of the examples I researched, I looked at, suggested stimulus and more proactive government spending and more targeted spending during crisis to stimulate an economy to keep going rather than limiting the money that's in the system. Thank you.
Great. Well, I don't see any more questions. So thank you so much, Pat. Great job.
Thank you.
And we again are on time, and we are scheduled now to take about a 10-minute break again. So folks can get up and stretch before we do our last 4 presentations for the afternoon. Thank you for everyone who's sticking with us through the day. And I'll see everyone back here at, is it 3 o'clock? Yeah, 3 o'clock.
Sweet. All right. Thanks so much, everybody, for coming out. So great to see so many familiar faces out there. So I did my project on icebreakers as a tool for American power projection in the Alaskan Arctic. And I'll just dive right into it. So this is what an icebreaker looks like. This is the polar star, the U.S. Coast Guard polar star. And then this is the Russian Yamal. So you can see a little bit of a different portrayal of icebreakers between the two countries. This is me up in Barrow, called Uktiavik now, Alaska. It's actually the northernmost community in the United States. It's up on the north tip of Alaska. This is me in March of 2020 with Dr. Jeremy Mathis, my mentor up there. And I got into icebreakers because I've always, I'm born and raised in Alaska, and I've always been interested in climate change. And I originally wanted to do a project that was assessing how Alaska natives and the indigenous whaling that they practice was affected by climate change. But of course, as many of you are probably familiar with, COVID-19 happened, which kind of wreaked havoc on that project idea. I wasn't able to travel to Alaska like I needed to do for that project. And so I switched my focus to icebreakers and which sort of assesses the intersection of climate change and national security. So let's just get right into it. My question is, what role do icebreakers play in American power projection in the Alaskan Arctic? And power projection in this sense basically means the idea of accessing and commanding and being able to operate in the Arctic, right? And this is an important question to ask for a number of reasons. Number one, it's a question that comes up a lot, the disparity in the number of icebreakers between countries. So for example, Russia has over 50 icebreakers. The United States right now has actually 1 operational military icebreaker, right? It's a huge disparity. And that disparity numerically comes up a lot in policy circles, in politics, in the news, as a failure of US strategy in the Arctic. And I wanted to assess whether if that failure was real, and then to what degree we were failing, if indeed we needed more icebreakers. And this fills a number of gaps in the literature. There's a lot of literature out there claiming that icebreakers are important, but there's not a lot of literature out there that documents exactly what roles the United States would endow to icebreakers and what functions they would fulfill in the Arctic, right? And there's a lot of literature out there claiming that we're failing strategically in the Arctic because we don't have as many icebreakers as Russia or as many icebreakers as China, right? But I wanted to assess to what degree we're failing, and then how many icebreakers we needed if indeed we were numerically deficient in icebreakers. So let's just go to this one. So it's important to understand the context in the Arctic in regards to climate change, in regards to this project generally. So in popular culture, it's climate change is sort of viewed as opening up the Arctic. That's not necessarily the case always. What it's doing actually is it's destabilizing the Arctic. It's increasing the variability in the Arctic. Warmer ocean temperatures are causing increased wave height, more severe storms. There's a lot of changing sea ice conditions that are increasing the unpredictability of the climate in the region. You have like the sea ice shelf diminishing greatly every year. But what that's doing is a lot of chunks, icebergs are falling off of the shelf and are floating around the water, which makes navigation in the marine sphere very difficult. You have shorter winters, and eventually the Arctic will be ice-free in a few decades, right? And in that context, you also have increased geopolitical competition. So Admiral Zumkraft, of the United States Coast Guard, he actually was quoted a few years ago saying that 13% of oil reserves, of natural gas reserves undiscovered in the world, are located in the Arctic. So as climate change opens up the Arctic to some degree, increases the variability of the Arctic, you'll have countries wanting to exploit these natural resource reserves. And you see a lot of Russia and China collaboration as well. China is actually constructing the Polar Silk Road, which is increasing the predictability of the Northern Sea Route above Russia as a shipping lane, which will enhance China's liquid natural gas economy, and will also lend to increased Chinese and Russian collaboration in the region. So a lot of the activity that you see up in the Arctic is not actually coming from the United States, despite the fact that the DoD and generally the national security realm acknowledges that the Arctic is a very important sphere strategically moving forward. So what I did methodology-wise was that I wanted to have the focus of this research be qualitative, right? Because the national security community is, I think, chock full of quantitative analyses, to the degree that we don't take enough of a look at the qualitative or the signaling power of the national security realm. So qualitative research in this case allowed me to take a constructivist viewpoint to icebreakers, understanding exactly the social construction of them. And this was important because icebreakers get an outsized amount of attention, right? They're sort of seen as the pillar of Arctic capabilities, when in reality, there's a lot of other platforms that could probably fulfill most of the functions that icebreakers were needed for, right? There's some sort of social construction behind the idea of icebreakers and their importance. And the best way to unpack this was to talk to people in the field, experts on the Arctic, to hear their perspectives and ideas on why icebreakers were important in serving the goals of the US and the Arctic, and also to understand what roles icebreakers would take on in serving the goals of the United States in the Arctic. Would they be military warships? Would they be transportation vessels? Would they be serving commercial interests, et cetera, right? So I talked to a number of people across private, public, and military sectors in multiple branches of the military, number of top think tanks in Washington, DC, and the Homeland Security Administration. And then after the interviews, I had the fun job of translating all of the spoken words into written text and identifying themes and pulling out relevant quotes for my thesis. because this was the national security realm, actually a lot of my sources didn't want to be quoted or recorded. So in the thesis itself, a lot of the quotes are anonymous. And so then there are my results. So I was assessing both the practical uses of icebreakers and then the symbolic nature of them. And practically, so there's a number of statutory missions that the US Coast Guard has to fulfill in any of its regions that it serves. In the Arctic, these relevant statutory missions are the Search and Rescue Mission, Defense Readiness Mission, Ports and Waterway Security, and Marine Environmental Protection. And doing an assessment, I found that the Coast Guard was not able to fully fulfill any of these statutory missions in the Arctic if an event were to happen. So the Coast Guard has done drills, search and rescue wise, for example, in the Arctic, but it's been in the summertime when the conditions are more benign, and it's been with a small number of people, right? So if, for example, you got a ship carrying 200 people that needed search and rescue assistance in the Arctic in the dead of winter when it was only accessible by an icebreaker, the Coast Guard would simply not be able to fulfill that mission, and we would have to rely on Canadian or Russian capabilities to rescue those people. So in this sense, practically, icebreakers are needed to fulfill all of these statutory missions. And I go into more detail in my thesis, obviously. Symbolically, though, the icebreakers are seen, one of my sources who's an Arctic researcher in DC, he said to me, icebreakers are seen as the bare minimum for participation in the Arctic, right? So there's a sense that icebreakers are sort of the ante to participating and claiming the Arctic as a region that is important to your nation, right? This is why you see China, for example, that's not an Arctic state, building multiple icebreakers and sending them into the Arctic repeatedly for research reasons. It's a soft power mechanism, right? And it's actually succeeded in winning China a seat at many of the international forums that are used to govern the Arctic, right? And so the fact that the United States only has one functional military icebreaker means that it's signaling to the international community that the Arctic is not a keystone region. It's not an important region to the United States. And this is a problem because it is. And you see, like, there's a lot of symbolism within icebreakers as well. For example, the two pictures that I showed you at the beginning, the polar star versus the Yamal. You see the polar star looks a lot friendlier than the Yamal does, right? That's another part of the way that icebreakers are portrayed by countries, right? And so the United States wants to uphold the rules-based order in the Arctic, fulfill the statutory missions of the Coast Guard. It can't do that, and it can't legitimately govern without increasing its icebreaking capability. Because icebreakers are above the water, they can maintain a constant presence in the Arctic, and that presence lends itself to signals that the Arctic is important to the United States. So then comes the question of quantity, right? So if we are failing and we don't have enough icebreaking capabilities, how many more icebreakers do we need to sort of fulfill the minimum needs of the United States? And before I answer that question, I think it's important to go to my recommendations. So my first recommendation for the United States and the DoD would be to clarify the Arctic goals, right? A lot of this is because the number of icebreakers that we need depends specifically on what we're going to be using the icebreakers for and what exactly our goals are in the Arctic. And right now, those are not super clear. The DoD's 2019 Arctic strategy is not that specific. And we need specificity because in order to be specific and to say whether icebreakers are going to be warships or whether they're going to be commercial vessels, or whether they're going to be serving the needs of Alaska Native communities, we need to build those icebreakers tailored to the missions that they're going to be fulfilling, right? So when you're building a ship, you want to know what this ship is going to be used for, so you can endow it with the capabilities it needs to fulfill its missions, right? But at current, I've sort of taken all of my interviews and the publications of the DoD and the national security community on the Arctic, and what's needed to fulfill the bare minimum functions out there is 2 heavy icebreakers, both of which are combat capable, and 2 medium icebreakers, one of which is combat capable and one of which is not. And that lends to my second recommendation, which is to invest in icebreakers and the US Coast Guard generally, right? So we need, like during the Trump administration, money was allocated to build 3 new heavy icebreakers for the US Coast Guard. This is progress, but incomplete, right? We'll need an additional medium icebreaker. And these icebreakers that are being built by the Trump administration will serve Antarctica, the European Arctic as well. We need 4 total icebreakers dedicated to the Alaskan Arctic to fulfill the US Coast Guard statutory missions, to be able to respond to worst case search and rescue missions, to be able to respond to large potential oil spills off the northern coast of Alaska. This is what is needed, right? And then we need to invest in the US Coast Guard generally, because the US Coast Guard is going to be the front line in the Arctic. It's for now, for the foreseeable future, it's not going to be the Navy. It's not going to be the Air Force. It's not going to be the Army. The US Coast Guard is going to be the primary frontline force for the United States in enforcing the rules-based order, in establishing a presence in the Arctic, and to signaling generally to the international community that the Arctic is an important region to the United States. And we'll need to invest in non-icebreaking capabilities for the Coast Guard, right? Because icebreakers are actually very bad at traveling just in non-icy waters, just traveling across the open ocean. There was actually a death on an icebreaker because an icebreaker was traveling across an open ocean. And when that happens, they're not built for the open ocean. And so they rock really violently. And there was actually a death on a US Coast Guard vessel because of that. And so for the foreseeable future, when the Arctic is ice-free in the summer, we'll need US Coast Guard vessels that are not ice-breaking in order to command and establish and maintain a presence in the Arctic during the recent. This is just one example. And then my third recommendation is to invest in infrastructure generally. So the best way to multiply the force and the effectiveness of an icebreaker is to build increased infrastructure in the Arctic. This is mainly in the form of a deep water port in Nome. And there's a little bit of debate over whether this should happen or not, just because it would be difficult to establish such a base. It would be a high cost. It would be difficult on the personnel living there. But for icebreakers specifically, this would lend greatly to their ability to stay in the Arctic for a longer period of time, to establish a presence, to not have to travel all the way back to Seattle, Washington every time for refueling and repairs, right? This would allow us to move our base of operations into the Arctic and therefore to establish a greater presence in the Arctic. And then my fourth recommendation would just be to leverage the Canadian alliance. Much of the failures of the US in the Arctic can be mitigated by collaborating with Canada, both in terms of icebreaking capabilities and domain awareness capabilities as well. And there's a lot of potential for cooperation. The main obstacle is actually a territorial dispute in the Eastern Chukchi Sea. And eliminating that dispute, resolving that diplomatically, would lend to greater cooperation between these allies and to greater effectiveness in enforcing the rules-based order. And then an additional benefit to this as well is that increasing the attention of the Arctic and emphasizing its importance to the national security realm would actually likely do well to sort of shifting the American apparatus towards a better climate change policy, right? Unfortunately, in this country, a lot of the power, for better or for worse, is held in the military and the national security community. And if we can make the military and the national security community care about the Arctic, believe that climate change really is a threat, then that'll do very well to lending to capabilities to combat climate change and to really putting into effect policies that will mitigate the harm being done to the Arctic. And that's all.
Great, thanks so much, Brian. You've got quite a crowd. Any questions or comments for Brian?
Yeah, you guys have any questions? Feel free to shoot away.
I was just wondering, what icebreaker would you be most proud of and scaredest of moving forward as a professional?
Great question. Definitely the Russian Arctica. It's a nuclear powered icebreaker and it's terrifying. And it also has shark teeth on it, I'm pretty sure. So.
Jack?
Yeah, great presentation, Brian. I know like so little about the Arctic, so informative. I was just wondering, do you see any potential in your research for collaboration with like Russia and China, or is it sort of purely like a zero-sum game? They lose and we will prevail and win over them sort of scenario.
Yeah, great question, Jack. So I would just say that there is some potential for cooperation. The problem is that Russia is treating the Arctic and the North Sea route as sort of a toll road, right? And this is contrary to how the West has viewed maritime domains in the past, right? So the United States and its allies view maritime domains as sort of like open to everyone, and you don't have to pay to travel through the ocean. This is not how Russia is treating its North Sea route above Russia, right? That connects the Alaskan Arctic to the European Arctic, right? It's making ships that travel through their pay. It's only allowing them to do so on its terms with escorts from Russian icebreakers. And so this is pretty contrary to how generally the West views the maritime domain. And this has pretty bad implications for just freedom of navigation generally everywhere in the world if this becomes the norm, right? So I would say they would have to start treating the North Sea route differently in order to establish a foundation for cooperation. But good question.
Professor Mathis, did you want to jump in or?
I don't. I'll give him time to answer his one last question. Look, one more person had their hand up.
Yes, she just disappeared on my.
Caroline, I think, had her.
Okay, someone just had a question.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask Brian if there was like sort of like an international framework to have like joint icebreaker exercises in the Arctic as it's sort of like melting up there, and like what that would look like, if it would include Russia or not, and like what that could look like in the future.
Great question. So, I mean, there's the Arctic Council, which is sort of the primary Arctic governing international body up there. Theoretically, they could be organized through there. I think the US would probably have to have some functional icebreakers that it could dedicate to exercises instead of real missions before we could engage in those. But yeah, great question. Theoretically, that could definitely increase cooperation between the two countries in the future.
Melissa?
Hi, yeah, you mentioned that the Trump administration was moving forward or had already come up with a plan or was supportive, but what about the current administration?
Yeah, great question. So the contract that the Trump administration allocated to the construction of icebreakers is actually, it's estimated to take probably 4 years to complete. And so this was done in 2018. So we'll see this moving forward into 2022. And I would probably predict that the Biden administration would want to see how effective so it was VT Halter, that was the company that's going to be making these new icebreakers. And I would guess that the national security community would want to see how effective these icebreakers are before they allocate more money to more constructions, right? And I also think that generally, I should have mentioned this in my presentation, but generally the problem is that the United States have so many national security problems happening all around the world. Even though the Arctic is very important, it happens to be low on the list of priorities, right? Because we're transitioning away from the war on terror. We're moving more towards great power competition. We have a lot of stuff going on in the East China Sea, right? So the Arctic is just not yet a priority for the national security community outside of the icebreakers. So it would have, I would say years down the line, we'll probably see the allocation of more money towards more icebreakers. And I hope that happens sooner rather than later.
Great. Thanks so much, Brian.
Thank you.
Great to see what you were able to do and shifting midstream.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you.
Although we missed the whales.
Yeah, we missed the whales, don't we?
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. All right, next up is Zach Pulsifer. Go ahead, Zach.
One second. Cool. Can you all see that all right? All right. So my project addresses cyber capabilities in international power. Specifically, I'm looking at an Iranian case analysis. The reason for this was because fall of my junior year, I took a cyber policy course and I had the opportunity to analyze Iran's international developments in the cyber field. And I really wanted to pursue it more and look at how it could be developed into a full-length thesis. So that's how I developed this project. And so my research question looks at how do countries' international power change with the development of cyber capabilities, and how does a case analysis specifically of Iran's cyber development answer this question? I was really looking to fill the gap in the literature where I felt that international relations theory had not fully modernized. It had not accounted for evolving technologies and how new technologies could have possibly changed the way that international relations developments occur, and how countries interact with one another possibly could either completely change the field or just develop it in a new way. And so this is my analytical framework. I really took a new technological advancement, in this case, cyber operations, and looked at it from three lenses. So the first one would be the ease of acquisition. How easy is it actually to get your hands on this capability, on cyber operations, whether that be the cost associated with it, the barriers to entry for other more traditional operations, kinetic weaponry, or just the actual motivation and manpower necessary to do so. Also, the motivations for use. So if a country is not motivated to develop cyber operations, then they would have no reason to really develop them. So I really wanted to look at Iran's motivations and look at why they would need to actually acquire these resources on any level. And then finally, I wanted to look at the scope of impact. So how actually have Iran's efforts to develop cyber operations really impacted them internationally, impacted other countries, impacted businesses, as well as just the possible image of threat or the perceived change in their power status, the status quo. And combining all three of these, I hope to make a conclusion regarding the actual impact of that technological advancement, cyber operations, on a country's international power. So this is my methodology. I initially wanted to conduct a background investigation to establish the motivation for Iran to develop cyber operations, specifically looking at Iran's history and foreign policy, most notably looking at their development after the 1979 revolution, where they became the Islamic Republic of Iran. And then also look at their international relations, so their primary adversaries in the region, as well as global adversaries. And following this, I wanted to look at the actual data that I could find. So I looked at the cost of building a cyber weapon. I really relied on a previous paper by Patrick Malone, who published it 9 years ago. And he really captured well the costs necessary to build, develop, and maintain cyber offensive capabilities as well as defensive capabilities. And then I wanted to look at Iranian economic data, compare the GDP of Iran to its regional adversaries and global adversaries, as well as military expenditure, government expenditure. And then finally, look at the reports of actual cyber operations, incidents, actors, as well as the likely attributed operations. A lot of them are attributed by forensics experts who can't firmly say this was Iran, but they noticed patterns of behavior or the use of similar threat operations, and can pretty clearly determine that this was an Iranian-sponsored activity. And then finally, I wanted to analyze these points from various levels. So I wanted to look at cyber threat reports from various independent or research institution-backed publications, and then also contextualize my interviews with cyber experts. I conducted 7 interviews over 5 months with public sector experts, private sector experts, and some academics. And then I wanted to look at the discrepancies between these reports that I've gathered and the actual resources available, what I had determined through my research as well. So the first factor I wanted to look at was the motivations. So the combination of internal pressures and external factors really established clear motivation for Iran to develop cyber operations. Internally, so following the Iranian Revolution of 1979, the Republic of Iran established itself as a theocracy with significantly different policy goals than the previous administration under Shah Pahlavi. So Shah Pahlavi's loyalty to the West, particularly the United States, was one of the primary motivating factors behind Ayatollah Khomeini's rise to prominence. And after the revolution, Iran's new leadership drastically shifted its policy goals toward establishing hegemony in the Middle East, maintaining a hold on power, and really being the antithesis of what Shah Pahlavi's administration had hoped to hold on to or gain in power. And then externally, after the US invasion of Iraq, Iran really saw an opportunity to fill a power vacuum in the Middle East, and they did so effectively. So this has resulted in Iraq being one of Iran's closest allies and sort of a proxy in the region. And Iran is really trying to hold on to this hold on power because Iran is relatively alienated in the region. So they're just trying to garner as much influence as possible. And then as for Saudi Arabia and Israel, Saudi Arabia, Iran has had ebbs and flows in the relationship between the two states, but most notably in the past few decades, these relations have really soured. And especially with Saudi Arabia's closeness to the United States, Iran really views them as a rival. Israel as well, Iran does not recognize Israel as a legitimate state, perceives them as a threat. And especially their also close ties to the United States negatively affect the relationship that could possibly exist between Iran and Israel. And then as for the United States, I'll get a little bit into that more, but just per the previous administration, Shah Pahlavi's closeness with the United States, Iran has really set itself on a goal to establish its hold on power and to show that it's not going to be a pawn of the United States. Even though at the moment there is a possible shift back into the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action agreement regarding the nuclear agreement, even with this shift right now, there is still significant tension between the United States and Iran. As for acquisition, I wanted to look at the barriers to entry for conventional weaponry, the cost of attaining a cyber weapon, and then the economic influences that could lead to Iran acquiring cyber operations. So as for barriers to traditional weaponry, until October 18th of 2020, Iran was under an international arms embargo over fears of Iran's motivations to develop nuclear weapons. And then previously, the Iraq-Iran's Arms Proliferation Act of '92 posed really any transfer of goods or technology that could even potentially be used to create any sort of weapon on Iran's behalf and Iraq's behalf as well. And then also the Iran-Libya Sanctions Act was just another example of this, where any company taking part in Iran's petroleum industry or showing support for Iran's petroleum industry was really penalized because that's where Iran gets the majority of its money. And so there were fears that it would be used to develop or to support terrorism and to develop nuclear weapons possibly. And for the cost of attaining a cyber weapon, I have the next slide that's going to show this a little more clearly. But Patrick Malone's analysis really showed that it's very accessible to acquire the hardware and software necessary to develop a cyber weapon. And then I'll address the economic influences in the next slide as well. So these are the two of the most important graphics that I could find from Malone's analysis. So from these graphics, I modernized the data, I adjusted it for inflation, and determined that actually developing the hardware and software or purchasing it would cost likely under $5,000, which is a very, very small number when compared to traditional weaponry, especially with the embargoes that have been in place against Iran. And furthermore, looking at the economic analysis, so this was the piece of data that I found most interesting. I looked at the GDP between various regional adversaries and global adversaries, and it was striking. The GDP per capita in Iran is much lower than pretty much any of these states listed here. But the military expenditure really jumped out at me, because on the left graph, you can see that Iran's actual capability to spend money on its military is much less than any of the other states here. Given that, the right graph shows that Iran really disregards that disparity in cost and spends much more in percentage of its government total expenditure on its military. And this begs the question, with all of these embargoes, with all of these limits on Iran's military capacity, what is it spending its money on? And I have hypothesized that it might be one of the reasons is developing a significant cyber capability or more methods of asymmetric warfare. And then finally, I wanted to look at the scope of impact. So I wanted to look at the number of actors and incidents available, the international consequences that have resulted from these incidents, and then also the outside perspective, the reports and interviews that I have conducted. So for incident frequency, only 8 of the 38 CFR, the Council on Foreign Relations, verified Iranian incidents were not considered espionage. Some of them were data destruction, some of them were sabotage. And then only 7 of the 38 total were actually acknowledged. So 2 were denounced, 2 were confirmed, and then 3 received actual criminal charges. All 3 of these actually came from the United States. One of them was for Operation Ababil, which was just a destructive denial of service attack, which essentially overloads the systems of a particular company. And this was against Wall Street in 2014. And then in 2018 and 2020, there were 2 indictments for widespread espionage campaigns. Just the limited nature of these, the charges shows that even though these incidents are being recognized and understood to be attributed to Iran, the fallout is not large enough to drastically change any one country's particular behavior towards Iran. It's much more a method of traditional signaling. And then from my reports and interviews, these, as I said before, were sort of a mixed bag, but came to some general conclusions. Anderson and Sajapur from the Carnegie Endowment, they produced a detailed analysis of Iran's cyber power a few years back. And they stated that Iran had a clear power ability and was capable of causing significant harm. But Harvard's Belfer Center actually sort of countered that in 2020 with their National Cyber Power Index, where they placed Iran low on its list of actual cyber capacity, but very high on its factors of intent, which I thought was very interesting. And then in my interviews, all of my interviewees placed Iran on a second tier of cyber power, not even close to the first tier of the United States, Russia, and China, but still capable of conducting significant operations. And then on the whole, many of the interviewees described Iran's cyber operations as more of a nuisance. And one of them particularly remarked that possibly Iran's lack of ties or fewer ties than Russia or China to other countries could make it more of a wild card. But this didn't drastically change any of their perceptions on the fact that Iran's cyber power is not as threatening as Russia's or China's is, but it still exists and still is on many officials' horizons. And then I also tried to ask the interviewees what they thought of cyber in general in the field of international relations. Many of them agreed that cyber operations, they've really developed a new plane of interaction on the field of international relations, but it's really just another, to quote one of my interviewees, a tool in the toolbox, and it gives less capable actors another option of interaction, but for already embedded states, it doesn't drastically change their global standing. And so here's some of my final conclusions. Cyber has less international power than I expected and then is classically portrayed by the media or government reports, but it's still an ever-rising force and is threatening on many aspects. And then particularly related to Iran, as Iran has developed a valuable tool to conduct espionage with pretty low risk, but it's on the tie of other asymmetric resources like long-range ballistic missile and rocket strikes, regulating the Strait of Hormuz traffic and proxy groups and terrorist attacks where it's asymmetric in nature, where it doesn't actually conduct traditional warfare and affects power, but not on the same scale. And then from Iran's adversaries' perspectives, Iran's cyber power is threatening, but not threatening enough to significantly influence their actions and actually change activities because of specific cyber threats. And that's my entire presentation. So,
great, thank you, Zach. Questions for Zach? Yeah, Professor Lawrence, please.
Yeah, so I had the pleasure of working with Zach to develop his research, and I actually learned a lot about how I should think about Iran's cyber. And I also want to congratulate Zach for attacking a really difficult problem. So it's always hard to study something where some of the data that you're looking for is actually secret, and you have this blind spot. And I think Zach did a really good job navigating that challenge. My question relates to specifically the Iran-U.S. relations. So so we've seen that a lot of the non-espionage attacks actually took place in a fairly narrow window of time. And so I'm wondering if you have thoughts on how the timing of those attacks fits into the broader sort of ups and downs of U.S.-Iran relations, or Iran's relations with the West over the last 7 or 8 years.
Yeah, I would say so. What Professor Lawrence is talking about here is from 2012 to 2014, the majority of destructive attacks were conducted by Iran, and these range from the denial of service attack on Wall Street. There was another one on a casino where the CEO of the casino had made some inflammatory remarks towards Iran. And then another one was largely thought to be in response to Stuxnet, which was a disruptive attack on Iran's nuclear facility. And I think this was likely due because there was a period of tensions, especially with the Stuxnet operation coming to fruition before the establishment of the JCPOA in 2015. So leading up to this, I think it was more likely that Iran was wanting to show its cyber capabilities that it had developed, and knew that that tensions were a little bit higher at that moment, but not high enough to significantly elicit a response. And then following 2015, Iran has really hoped to stay on the good side, I guess, of the participants of the JCPOA, even though that they have hedged past some of the boundaries following the Trump administration's withdrawal from this agreement. They still are mostly focused on espionage because they have the hope of entering into this agreement or continuing this agreement at some point for the benefit of their economy, their nuclear capacity, and their general power garnering ability.
Great, thanks. I think that's a really interesting observation for the question that a lot of people are asking today, like how much does the nuclear deal affect Iran's other malign behavior? So I think that's a really important insight that comes from your research. So thanks.
Great, thanks so much. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so I think we're going to move on to keep on schedule. But great job, Zach. Our next presenter is Emma Morris.
Hi, great job, Zach. Okay.
And while you're setting up, I've had some inquiries from grandparents and others who've missed parts of presentations. We are recording this and we'll share it with the students. So anyone who missed it, you'll be able to share it with them.
Okay, is that working? Yes, okay, great. So hi, just wanted to say great job to everyone who's gone so far. It's been really good. I am concentrating on global health within my STIA major and am presenting my thesis on violence in health, how multidimensional violence shapes women's health in Nairobi and Soweto. So my guiding research question is, how does violent trauma experienced in childhood or early adulthood affect individuals throughout the life course and fundamentally shape their health? This question is based on an emergent field of research that looks at the connection between mental and physical health. And a main part of that field is trauma, which is suggested to cause toxic stress that can persist within trauma victims and manifest through the development of stress-related diseases. So those are like hypertension or type 2 diabetes. Past research has established associations between violent trauma, including like war victims, forced migration, and intimate partner violence, and chronic illness, which includes high blood pressure, diabetes, and cardiovascular disease. So the data for my thesis was provided by my advisor, Professor Emily Mendenhall, and it was collected in clinics in Nairobi, Kenya, and Soweto, South Africa. The data consists of 50 interviews with women seeking care in Nairobi in 2014, 27 women seeking care for diabetes in Soweto in 2012, and then 50 other women seeking care for cancer, but many of whom had diabetes, in Soweto in 2017. And all of the interviews used open-ended questions to collect life course stories of these women and to evoke their perspectives on violence, stress, and health. And the life course interviews were extremely important to my thesis because they provided insight into how concepts of health and violence are culturally situated and may not necessarily abide by biomedical norms that we're used to. So for my theoretical framework, there's two theories that are really central to my analysis, structural violence and syndemics. So structural violence is perpetrated by social, political, economic systems that inflict preventable suffering on a certain population. It emerges from an unequal distribution of power or resources in a society. So for my thesis, it means histories of oppression in South Africa and in Kenya. In South Africa, this is connected to apartheid and then the legacy of discriminatory policies, which continue to disadvantage certain populations and continue to inspire high rates of personal violence. And then in Kenya, the structural violence I look at is related to its colonial history and then the ethnic political violence that ensued after that. So I just want to note, though, that the relationship isn't necessarily unidirectional. So not all acts of violence that are cited in my thesis can be understood as an internalized manifestations of historical oppression in either of these contexts. And then aside from structural violence, the other important theory I work with is syndemics. Syndemics relate to two synergistically related epidemics of two or more health problems that cluster among a certain group of people. And they're not necessarily a combination of two or more health issues. It's rather like a new experience that the specific interaction of two or more factors creates. So in this thesis, I look at potential syndemic behavior between violence, chronic stress, and metabolic illness. Almost all women cited in this thesis experience significant violence, stress, and health problems in their life. And many of these women did not experience these things separately, but experienced them in a very interconnected and often causal way. Okay, so my main results, the most commonly encountered form of violence across the two contexts was physical abuse, which ranged in prevalence from 28% to 56% in Nairobi and Soweto. The most common perpetrator of physical abuse in the lives of these women was their male partners, which made such violence ongoing and a source of chronic stress for many. Intimate partner violence was, for many, it created a chronically stressful environment inside their homes, and for some created existential concern. Many women reflected feeling frustrated yet helpless towards the violence that they endured at the hands of their partner. And they expressed an inability to get out of their abusive relationships due to a sense of family, a need for protection in a patriarchal society, inadequate criminal justice systems, or financial dependency, even though they also simultaneously would talk about how their partner failed to provide reliable financial support. So it was more the idea that a man would provide financial stability rather than the reality of it. And the community violence was also highly prevalent in both contexts, especially in Soweto. Women described a threatening environment that constrained the mobility of them and their children. The constant threat of being physically attacked or having their home broken into created chronic stress, which was aggravated by unreliable male partners and expectations that women serve as caretakers for their children, for any relatives in need, and for their neighbors. So the prevalence of violence in concert with the perceived inability to escape violent situations, I think, reveals the influence of structural discrimination in the lives of these women. Women felt plagued by chronic fear and stress as a result of the high violence in their communities and also in their personal lives. And literature on violence in these contexts explains how high rates of crime and abuse often plague historically marginalized communities, partly because people in these communities may turn to violence as a means of extorting some source of or some form of power in a life or in a community where they have been consistently deprived of power and resources. And as a result of gender norms and also physical vulnerability, women like those in my thesis find themselves victimized by this multidimensional violence that plagues their community and plagues their homes. And it creates toxic stress in their life. So just as violence played such a large role in their life stories, most women incorporated violence into the understanding of their own health. Some women did so very explicitly, stating that they developed high blood pressure or diabetes as a result of being abused by their partner. And other women did so in ways that reflected the proximate nature of structural violence in their lives. So they would talk about how having watched a family member die of gang violence caused trauma in their life that then caused them to develop diabetes. Aside from that, most women connected violence and health in a more indirect way. Many women brought up stories when asked to describe their health. They would talk about violent experiences they've had. Many other women stated that stress was the main cause of their high blood pressure, high blood sugar, or diabetes. And then in other parts of the interview, talk about how violence was the main cause of stress in their lives. And overall, their stories established a really strong relationship between violence, chronic stress, and metabolic illness. However, most women reported having never been asked about violence or stress when receiving their healthcare. And most women had been told that their poor health was a result of diet and exercise. So I wanted to share just 2 excerpts from the interviews to show the specific way that women would talk about the relationship between violence, stress, and poor health in their lives. This first one is from a woman living in Soweto who explains that she developed diabetes as a result of the stress caused by her husband. She says, "You see, even my diabetes, it came up due to stress. I'll be honest with you and tell you, it was the year 2006. My husband disturbed me a lot. I used to walk to Yaya Center. My husband had an extramarital affair with a woman who came from Tanzania. He would leave us and go to the mosque and end up sleeping at that woman's house. I never knew what was happening. After a short while, this woman was arrested after some issues and she was jailed. I and my husband started visiting this woman in Langantas Women's Prison. We were visiting a good neighbor. Little did I know that the husband was visiting his girlfriend. Sometimes I could even give my husband money to go and check on her. So when she was released from jail, my husband told me that this woman was free but did not have anywhere to go. He asked me to allow her to come and live with us in the same house. I accepted his request and she came to our house. I prepared for her food and water to bathe. However, this woman decided to be bathing and eating in my house, but decided to be sleeping with my husband. I started hearing some rumors that my husband was having an affair with this woman. One of my neighbors confronted me and told me about the issue. She told me that my husband had already married another woman. My children were also starting to sense that their father was doing. By then, my children were spending too much time at school and I was working. My husband could teach his Islamic lessons in the morning and then rush back to spend time with this woman. When I confronted him and asked him, he mistreated me a lot. So that he went there and lived there. I think that's when my diabetes began due to stress. My husband was hostile to me. So I think this story reveals first the multidimensional nature of violence that most women face in this context, or at least in my thesis. For this woman, the violence it started as emotional abuse. Her husband cheated on her repeatedly, manipulated her to serve his girlfriend, and then caused her shame and embarrassment by making his affair well known around the neighborhood. This emotional abuse then led to physical abuse once she confronted him. As she describes that her husband disturbed her a lot, mistreated her, and was hostile towards her. The literature on domestic abuse in South Africa suggests that these phrases are likely euphemisms for physical violence. And overall, her story shows how violence can create intense stress that contributes to stress-related diseases such as diabetes. Next one, I know I'm short on time, so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but this woman just basically explains how her diabetes was caused by stress after watching her son be killed by gangs in Soweto, and then the murderers of her son not be persecuted due to injustice in the criminal justice system. And she talks about, or kind of shows how structural violence and community violence are really proximate to women, and they really enter the home because of the way that they're victimized. And she believes that the injustice itself made her sick and caused her diabetes. So in summary, my thesis kind of leaves us with 3 takeaways. First, that violence is highly related to health, particularly stress-related diseases. As rates of chronic illness rise around the world, especially in high violence contexts like these, a better understanding is really needed of how violence is related to high blood pressure, high blood sugar, or type 2 diabetes. Considering the rich insight that this data provided through life course interviews, women's voices must be brought into discussion about policy and healthcare, and the biomedical understanding of hypertension and diabetes as lifestyle diseases brought about by inappropriate diet or exercise is clearly not a sufficient explanation of the health that the women in my thesis experienced, and probably more women in this context. The second takeaway is that women in Nairobi and Soweto need more support to discuss and escape violent situations. Many women expressed how having the ability to talk about violence in their interviews was really cathartic, and it provided them. So I think that providing women in violent contexts with resources to discuss the violence they may have endured may reduce the individual stress that they have, and also may bring it out of the domestic realm and make it easier to identify and reduce. And lastly, I think it shows that care for metabolic illness should be trauma sensitive and incorporate mental health support. One of the most stark findings from my thesis is that there was just a lack of recognition of women's perspectives in the care that they received. And it showed that the current care provided for metabolic illness in these contexts seems to be abysmally lacking any consideration for the lived experiences of the patients. And as a result, it can't really be helping them achieve well-being in their own life. Yeah, so that's it. Thank you to my advisor and my second leader.
Great, thank you so much, Emma. Questions or comments for Emma?
Do you want to talk a little bit, Emma, about what it's like doing research on trauma and how you were able to kind of think through and parse away different key elements? Because I know this wasn't your original plan. You were hoping to spend time in South Africa, and of course, COVID interrupted your plans. But do you want to talk a little bit about handling the data and how you kind of approached it?
Sure, yeah. So I think that unlike a lot of data analysis, this was really qualitative, and because it was just lengthy interviews where women would explain kind of their life story and have really open-ended responses. So the way that we coded that was by we categorized basically different types of abuse, different types of violence, and you had to read really closely because, like I showed in my presentation, a lot of times when women are talking about violence they endure, they use euphemisms. So they don't directly say a lot of times that they were abused or that they experienced violence, but talk about it. And if you read through the context that they provide in other parts of their interviews, you can kind of understand better that they're using euphemisms for violence. So I think that was one of the biggest challenges probably of working with that type of data. And yeah, I think also working with trauma, you notice that a lot of it is like sensitive. For some people, it's cathartic and therapeutic, and they seem to feel really released by being asked these questions and able to talk about it. And some women shut down at certain questions and would be open up when it really depends on the way you ask them. So I think that it definitely shows the importance of getting data that is like more conversational and patient specific.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right,
I can add one other question since she has a few more minutes. Emma, do you want to talk a little bit about what trauma sensitive care means, especially for people living with chronic metabolic conditions?
Yeah. So a lot of what's being talked about right now is better integrating physical and mental health care, because usually metabolic health care is provided in like a merely physical sense. So it focuses on diet and exercise. Making that care trauma sensitive means first, I think, incorporating mental health screenings, and then also providing just general psychological support, so that it can be, partly therapeutic, and then also connect them to resources for specific mental health services. Most women in my thesis that we interviewed didn't have connections to mental health support, or weren't ever referred to it, or weren't even asked about the stress or any like mental health problems they were facing. So I think it means integrating more of that mental health support into their physical care.
Great. Thanks so much, Emma. Nice job. Okay, so our final presenter of the afternoon is Charlotte Rosenblum.
Hi, everyone. I just, before I start timing, I just want to start off by saying, I thought maybe I could do this because I'm a little early. I'm like so honored to be presenting after of this class of STIA majors, especially after Emma. I've been interested in her project all semester, as we both, covered mental health. And it was really awesome to see another student like putting so much time and thought into analyzing the implications of mental health. So great job, Emma, and great job to everyone. Yeah. So 1 second. Okay. Does that look right to everyone? Okay, so my project is on climate change and mental health, and I'll be proposing a framework for relating psychological and behavioral impacts of climate change. So a little background, this project was inspired by personal experiences. I'm someone who's like struggled with depression most of my life, and also my mom is a child and adolescent psychiatrist. So I grew up, talking about feelings and the world every day. And when I came to college, I decided I wanted to study climate change. It's the thing I care the most about. And at the same time, while I've been studying it, it's been so impossible for me to ignore the psychological effects it's having on myself and that I feel it having on my friends. I studied abroad in Panama in the fall of 2019, and I was doing, like ecological field work. I was spending time outside. It was what I'd always dreamed of doing. But I was struggling so much with my mental health that I had to leave the program. Like I wasn't able to complete, I wasn't able to do the work I wanted to do because of that. And obviously like what I'm talking about with myself is somewhat of a biochemical thing. But at the same time, it's so hard to separate what effect thinking about climate change has had on me as well. And what kind of brought me here is I grew up in Cambridge, Massachusetts, which is a very liberal place. And, as me and all my friends, people I've been friends with since middle school, grew up and went off to college, all of us decided to study climate change. Every single person I'm still friends with from middle school is studying something related to climate change. And at the same time, most of those people struggle with mental health issues to some degree. And, coming to college, being a Georgetown student, being friends with other Georgetown students, I know that college students struggle with their mental health. Like it's extremely stressful to be here every day. So all of those thoughts have kind of existed in my brain forever, and I was like, how do I relate all of this? How do I explain it to another person? And what am I trying to find out? So what I really wanted to find out through this study was what are the psychological and behavioral impacts of climate change on college students, looking at how climate change, identity, emotions, and behavior interact and what the implications are. So the relationships I'm trying to look at is climate change, identity, emotional response, behavior, and then I guess the future implications of that would be to somehow make a climate crisis adaptation strategy, which addresses mental health in the process. So to extrapolate on all that, I broke all of these things down into pieces. Basically, my literature review process was to find literature within these 4 categories, but especially literature which related any of these 4 things to figure out how one thing impacts and leads to another. Because I kind of based it off of, my understanding of myself. Like, why did I feel drawn to climate change? Part of it was where I'm from. I think part of it is my knowledge, my level of education. Part of it is personal vulnerability. I already had a predisposition to, feeling sad, to feeling emotions strongly. And so the things I focused on most in my survey were these emotional responses. I really tried to break down mental health into 6 feelings, 5 of which I think are intangible: depression, anxiety, instability, apathy, and hopelessness. Those are kind of intangible feelings, whereas loss/grief kind of spans both. But when I'm thinking about loss, I'm thinking about people whose, homes and belongings and livelihoods are vulnerable to climate change, as opposed to someone who's not. Which ties into, sorry, I wanted to go back to the background. Yeah, so the prior research that relates these 4 things has focused largely on the direct or tangible impacts of climate change, as in, looking at how people who've lost their farmland or people who've lost their homes are experiencing higher rates of depression, anxiety, apathy, and other related, negative mental health responses to climate change, as opposed to these indirect or psychological impacts that I'm trying to look at. So I really want to look at in the survey how climate change, identity, and emotional response all connect in this flow chart type of way. They intersect and also change one another to produce this behavior kind of, ending, which then is what one would base a crisis mitigation strategy on. If you know that people are feeling depressed and that is affecting their personal sustainability practices, that is affecting their future planning, that is changing people's political identities, how can you shape a crisis mitigation strategy to tackle the climate crisis, which incorporates all of those things? So this was the design. So basically I designed my survey to test if this analytic framework made sense, if these things related or connected to one another in any kind of relevant way, or if they're all just random factors of a person, whether they face these various factors of climate change, what kind of things have constructed their identity, what emotions they're experiencing, and then what behavior they're doing. Do these aspects of a person have a concrete relationship to one another that you can analyze to think about climate crisis adaptation strategy, which in turn affects mental health? So to test this kind of analytic framework, I created a survey based on all of these characteristics, which was broken up into 4 sections. The first of which was identifying questions. The second of which was knowledge of climate change. Third was emotional response to climate change. And 4th was sustainability behavior. So in identifying questions, that would be like race, gender, background, where are you from, income, all of those kinds of things. On knowledge of climate change, I was looking at how often do you read news related to climate change, and how many courses have you taken related to climate change? In terms of emotional response, that's where I began to utilize questions that ask students to rate their feelings on a scale of 1 to 10, either the frequency or the intensity of that feeling. Because the biggest issue I faced here in constructing a survey and conceptualizing all this is, how do you quantify an emotion? How do you ask someone how much emotion they're feeling? So I broke it down into frequency and intensity for the 5 intangible emotions that I established. In terms of how I analyze this data, I used Excel to do data visualization of how students answered questions, and analyze relationships between the 4 variables, as well as just establish some demographics for the group, like preferences and tendencies, for example, whether or not students believe that individual practices make a difference when it comes to mitigating climate change. So then I wanted to combine the survey with interviews, because I felt like the survey is so quantitative, but emotions are qualitative. And in order to make any sort of qualitative assertion in line with this analytic framework based on a survey, you would need to have some interviews to back it up. So I selected students for the interviews based on their answers to specific questions from the survey. I really wanted to get a variety of majors that either directly intersected with the project or didn't intersect with the project at all. I wanted like the perspective of an energy and the environment major as opposed to a psychology major, because I'm interested, or in addition to a psychology major, because I'm interested in the thought processes that these students are spending their time in every day, and how that might be weighing on them, whether the thing they're studying intersects with climate change or whether it doesn't. And the other thing I chose interview participants based on was whether they had an especially high or low emotional response to climate change. So basically whether they rated their emotional response as a 9 or a 10, or low as a 1 or a 2. So someone who's very worried about climate change as opposed to someone who doesn't really consider themselves worried about climate change. So here's an example of some of my questions just so you can get an idea of how they were formatted. So there were questions that involved a scale like this one. And then, yes or no questions to kind of establish groups or demographics within the population I looked at. So here is one of the visuals I created of how frequently students are having negative emotions in response to climate change. And it shows a distribution of that. And so what I found from, analyzing this chart is that the emotion that students are experiencing most often in response to climate change is anxiety, and then followed by hopelessness, depression, apathy, and instability. And I was really interested in how frequently I think students are having these emotions as opposed to the intensity, because I think that is something that, even though I was interested in how students view it, is something that's really hard to rate. And even though this is still somewhat of a subjective scale, usually or always to rarely or never, I felt like that was something a student could take and apply to the context of their life, of how often do I feel this way. So I also looked at sustainability behavior. Like I said, I looked at a couple of different things in addition to these two. I also looked at waste reduction, but I'm going to focus on recycling and composting and transportation behavior. So this is comparing two groups that responded to my survey. I separated the groups based on how they answered the question, do you believe that individual practices make a difference in mitigating climate change? So group 1 said, no, I don't believe individual practices make a difference. And group 2 said, yes, I do believe individual practices make a difference. As you can see with recycling, composting, walking, biking, scootering, or taking public transportation, the behavior is pretty similar. There's a pretty small deviation between the average of the two groups, although in each case, the group that believes individual sustainability practices make a difference is a little higher, except for the case of driving. I thought this was really interesting, that in the case of how frequently students are Ubering, driving, or getting a ride, people who don't believe that individual practices make a difference are, on average, doing that more frequently than people who do believe that makes a difference. So that might be one area where, if you were to build a crisis mitigation strategy, you could focus on, the belief that individual practices make a difference. I think people focus a lot on individual practices with recycling, composting, walking, biking, scootering. People discuss those a lot, and maybe the impacts of getting a ride aren't discussed as much. But I also kind of included a section for limitations at the end of my survey, which is important to discuss here because this also relates to composting. So I asked students, what are their own personal limitations in participating in these sustainability practices? And both for composting and this one, I got a lot of responses. It was an open answer question because I wanted to know. I got a lot of responses about composting infrastructure, that their homes or their dorms lacked, access to the infrastructure to participate in a compost program, or it was expensive or costly. I know there's a DC program that is expensive. And then in terms of, needing to drive, that depends on where you're from. There people who can take public transportation or bike or walk wherever they need to go. And then there are plenty of people who can't. So those were kind of some of the caveats I wanted to look at in trying to analyze the relationship like this to not make, aggressive assertions. So then in my interviews, I found kind of three main things, one of which was the covert nature of climate change's psychological impacts, the relationship between identity, background, location, and climate change, and then the importance of individual action as part of larger cultural change. I'm not going to read these whole quotes, but I have two quotes which exemplify I think all three of these things, and I have another quote on the next page, but a student from Orlando, Florida talked about how she doesn't think about climate change on a daily basis, and she would say her mental health is pretty good. However, when she starts to think about it like on a deeper level, like when she takes the time to think about it, she said that she spirals. And she said that she thinks about it more than when she's in DC, when she's in her hometown of Florida, because as she mentions here, she's worried about it going underwater. Another student from Stanford, so he talked about how, and a couple students talked about this, it's why I pulled it out, that while each individual thing you do, like recycling a cup or taking a walk or composting might not feel like it has a difference, you doing that and making that a norm essentially inspires others to do that. And like in participating in that, you're creating a cultural norm, which I thought was really important, that multiple students had this idea. So then this was just a quote I really loved about the connection between background and how you view sustainability. A student from Austin who identifies as Latina talked about how she's always really cared about the environment. I also think it stems from my culture, being Hispanic. My abuela's biggest thing is that you do not waste in Mexican households. Once I got more into corporate social responsibility, I started caring about waste in production lines and supply chains. Even before you get to any product, there's thousands of pounds of waste that have gone into it. And I thought that was so interesting that, she has this view on waste because of her background that I would not necessarily have as a white person. So this is kind of my broader discussion. I found that students at Georgetown are feeling anxious, hopeless, depressed, apathetic, and unstable in response to climate change at varying degrees of intensity and frequency. These emotions have relationships with differences in sustainability behavior. And through this, I hope to demonstrate that an understanding of psychological and behavioral responses to climate change should underpin how individuals and institutions proceed in mitigating the climate crisis, what is both a scientific and humanitarian crisis. So then I faced quite a few issues in my project, so I wanted to discuss limitations. I think my biggest issue was my survey was so broad. I was so interested in, every possible emotional response anyone could have to any aspect of climate change, that I didn't narrow it down to maybe one or two emotions and a couple of behaviors. And then I wish I had focused on less bullet points in my analytic framework per se. If I'd simplified it down to maybe one or two categories for each and then compared those. But this happened because I conducted the survey before fully developing my analytic framework, because I started doing data collection last summer, and I feel like I fully developed my analytic framework in the fall. So then another limitation, the survey and interviews were conducted virtually during COVID-19. I thought a lot about this when distributing my survey, the biases that might come about from, everyone is receiving the survey as an email or a direct message from me, a student they may know or have a relationship with, and I can only send it to groups that I only have some point of contact with. So I tried my best to send my survey out to a variety of groups, a variety of different classes and different organizations on campus. But I always kept the limitation in mind that, like, at the end of the day, this is only going to people who still somehow connect back to me. And so if I were to repeat the survey, I would love to narrow the scope and be able to do interviews and the survey in person. and also do a further development of my lit review to incorporate, a greater discussion of the implications. And also just because what I realized while I was studying this over the past year is like, it's a really, really emerging field. There are kind of new things coming out about the prevalence of emotional responses to the climate crisis all the time. So it's almost as if like my literature review needs to catch up with what I know right now. So those are the limitations I acknowledge and what I would love to work on if I were to repeat this study in the future. I hope that all made sense. Thank you.
Thanks, Charlotte. Great job. Okay, any questions or comments for Charlotte? You left everyone speechless. Zach, go ahead.
Yeah, I just was thinking when you were pointing out the disparity between people who think that their individual actions affect the climate and those who don't think that, and the driving, I just, more of a, I don't know if it's as much of a question, but I just thought it was interesting because that always makes me think of like, is it because people have a car or have the funds available to get an Uber where then they inherently justify it to themselves? Or is it because they just think that, oh, I can do this and it's fine? I just think it's super, super interesting to approach it. And I never thought that it would be that big of a disparity between the two. So that was impressive. Very good work.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to, add one more thing in, trying to like entwine quantitative and qualitative work. I was trying to take like a journalist's perspective. I'm also a journalism minor. So it's definitely, I think what I was maybe troubled by throughout the whole project was like trying to communicate a larger narrative rather than focused on a few specific emotions. So I think, to really develop quality data that would support the kind of like higher level framework I spent a lot of time thinking about, I would really have to refine my study, is just what I want to conclude on.
Great, thanks, Charlotte. This looks great. It's great to see what you've done with this project over the year. All right, well, I guess that's it. So I really want to thank everyone for coming. Thanks to everyone who's still here, all the friends and family who've joined us throughout the afternoon to support our thesis students. And especially, for those of you who are still here today, it's been really impressive to see what you've been able to come up with. It's so, having seen the evolution of these projects over the last year and a half or so, it's great to see how far you've all come. And I think obviously the focus on mental health is really quite important at this time. I know this has really been a rough year for many of you. I'm so sorry your senior year was this way. But I am glad that I got to see some of you in person, and I will be sending out information soon. It looks like, now that graduation is in person, that we're going to have approval to do a STIA gathering as well on campus. So I am trying to make this as nice as possible for you all with all the restrictions the university has on gatherings. But hopefully if you guys are still in town during, that graduation weekend, I would love to get you guys all together and say goodbye one last time. So thank you all so much for all your hard work, and thanks everyone for coming. And this will be, like I said, this is recorded. I'll send it around. So if anyone wants to rewatch yourselves, that's always really fun to do. And good luck as you finish up your final theses and all your coursework. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.